uh, sensitive with all information for all parties involved, because it's only right to get the whole story before a story gets put out.
Of course.
Good morning. What's up, Judgmental? Is Doc in here? Yes, he is. Hey, I was going to ask you if you'd like to hop on the show today. Let me know, buddy. I would love to sit down and talk with you if you're available today on the show. I know you got some good stuff. Um, we'll be sharing some of your videos here too, and the link as well. Give me 1 second here. And I found a great spot. Doing some research, and I found a great spot to camp and fish. Why? Okay, hold on. Why? Is that why? Why? Yeah, why?
Yeah.
County Park. Woo! Say that 5 times. Why? I did it.
You did.
Okay. I did it. Okay. I didn't think I could.
Have faith in yourself.
I didn't think I could. Yeah, we'll be he's got some stuff that he's going to be checking out. We'll be there all weekend too. Busby's going to be there. It's going to be there's some stuff that I need to go to as well. I'm going to be there all weekend. I'm actually going to stay in Nashville tomorrow night. I'm still getting things set up. I might actually end up heading there tonight. It just depends. But I will be there for sure tomorrow night. Even if it's storming, it doesn't matter. I got my umbrella. But I'll be doing that. And then I kind of hope it doesn't storm, though. But crime scene tape on Evil Channel. What? Crime scene. What about it? Sorry, I don't know what that means, Cherry. Looks so nice, so you can see what it looks like on YouTube. What? What's going on? I'm all confused this morning here. Maybe because I have a headache from the sinuses. Crime scene tape on channel pick, huh? And then so nice to see the why park. A lot of people trips out there to park. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, you were asking me. Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. You were asking me if that. Here, I'll go ahead and share it real quick. This is the channel. Thank you, Cherry. Sorry about that. This is the channel, and I just want to say a special thank you for the kind words and the support. It means a lot. So definitely go sub if you're not. Has a lot of great true crime little mini clip videos, tons of them, and a lot about Sebastian too. So definitely go check it out. Let's see. That's the Park of Brian's Alibi. Okay, well, I haven't. See, I just watched a little video last night. I haven't got into the docs. Let me go to the docs. But I got some videos too, so. And we're going to go into some of my footage from back then too. I do need to drop some of that in the video section for people. That's one thing I never did is I don't think I did. I think I dropped anything. Look at all those documents. All right. All right, there we go. Nice. I don't eat fish. I got a thing about fish. I don't eat fish because all the pollution in the ocean, man. You see
Yeah.
them. You see them big like swirls in the ocean of all the garbage, and then all the minute plastic particles that then get absorbed into the fish, and then when you eat it, it absorbs into your body too. Sorry, I'm good. I'm good, yo. There's there's plenty of cow out here. There's plenty of cow. I don't need to eat fish. I'll eat a cow that eats grass. All right, we're good. We're good. Hold on one second. First, I'm gonna get into some videos. I don't want to bore you with my voice here, because then I'll probably put you to sleep already, and we don't want to do that. Let's watch some videos real quick. Let's see here. So, have you read or heard anything about the alibi, Rosie?
I have. I
Yes.
caught up today.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's there's a CV attached as well of the expert. You're gonna like it. That's all I'm
Oh.
saying.
Oh. Okay. So is it more slick moves from the defense, like what Kennedy family endorses Biden? What? This is supposed to be about Koberger. This is News Nation. It must have cut off or something. Hold on. So in the paperwork here, there's going to be something. I haven't read it yet. There's going to be something from the expert witness.
Yeah, so I had to watch a video on it because I I can't access that site for some reason. It doesn't let me. So I watched Lana's video, and she went through, like,
Shout out
how,
Truth and Transparency.
yeah, like her amazing details. She
Yeah,
went through the CV of the expert, which is really impressive. So
really, really, really.
yeah,
We love her. How long is that video? Let me
let
share
me
her
see.
channel link too, because she's a awesome person as well. Hold on. Yeah, how long is that video? Let me see. I love her. She does amazing work. I love I wish I had more time to like go out there. I sneak in there once in a while. She knows I love her. I
It's
wish I had
one
more
and a
time.
half hours.
1.5? Let's do it. Let's
Yep.
do it. Yeah, we'll go ahead and check that out too. Do you have the let me
Yeah, I'll
see
send it
here.
to
Okay. Yeah, let's check out. There's a couple little videos here real quick.
Time since the brutal murders of four Idaho college students, their alleged killer offering up an
Yeah, let's
alibi
check it
in
out.
brand new court filings. Lawyers representing Brian Koberger, I should say, claim he was out on a late night drive when Kaylee Gonsalves, Madison Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin were stabbed to death in November of 2022, and nowhere near the home where those murders took place. Kelsey's been digging into this new court filing for us. Kelsey, did Koberger's attorneys offer any evidence to actually back up this alibi?
Yeah, hey there, Marky. So this is pretty interesting. It's really nothing that proves beyond a reasonable doubt that Brian Koberger didn't kill the four Idaho college students. So according to his alibi, his attorneys say that there are photos of the night sky in his phone that proves that he had a habit of taking drives late at night. They also claim that they have expert witness who will be able to dispute the cell phone pings that put him at the scene of the murder when the murders happened. The new court filing reads in part, quote,
I'm gonna tell you right now, it is true because the sky, oh my lord, I'm telling you right now, when you live in the city and you just barely you don't even realize how many, oh my gosh, it's crazy when you're out there. The elevation is so high, and it's so dark because during that time of night, the top of the earth is facing the farthest away from the sun at certain points. And so you really have the most darkness, some of the highest elevation, and you're so close to the atmosphere that, oh my gosh, the amount of stars in the sky and it's amazing. uh if nobody has ever experienced that area of the country at that time with that night sky, my lord, just that alone is worth the trip. uh, amazing view. So I can imagine him going out on a run and being like, "Dang!" I mean, it's crazy. You don't realize you live your life and you look up at the sky all the time and you get used to a certain amount. And when you go out there and you see that and you're just like, "Oh my gosh." Like you know that there's more stars out there, but you
Yeah.
get so used to seeing it a certain way, and then when you see it out there you're just like, oh my gosh, you're in awe at the beauty and the wonders of what could be out there. It's amazing. Thank you, Ticket 110.
Yeah,
I
that
just had
sounds
to say
beautiful.
that. It is it's so amazing. You get lost in it. You get It's like its own movie. You get lost in it just looking at it. It's so amazing.
Koberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022, as he often did to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. The defense claims data from Koberger's phone shows that he went out for late night drives on several occasions. Now, the filing claims that on the night of the murders, Koberger drove throughout the area of South Pullman, Washington. That is west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wahai Park. But the
Well, why?
defense says this quote:
Well,
additional
why?
information will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, the expert witness's testimony will also say the critical evidence further corroborating Mr. Koberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. Investigators claim that Koberger's phone.
Hello, withheld. What have I been saying this whole time? We're trying to get the documents, Judge. Yeah, you ain't gonna get them. You ain't gonna get them because they were using technology that they don't want to release yet.
Near his apartment at the Washington State University campus around 2:45 in the morning, but stopped reporting to the network after a few minutes. Now, police say that is consistent with the phone either being turned off or put in airplane mode. It didn't ping again until 5 in the morning. But authorities say that Koberger's white Hyundai was spotted on surveillance footage near the murder scene. They say it was spotted several times during that window.
Right. So, Rosie, my question is right now, if spotted several times, then why in the hell was it a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra until he was arrested?
Exactly.
What?
I mean, yeah.
An expert. An expert. Come on. It was spotted. No, it's called, guess what? We already told you last November that the southeast part of Pullman, a certain section, a few block area, will connect to the towers from the same towers that 1122 used. It's manipulation of the information so you can get a conviction before you lose your enrollment. And when you lose your enrollment, you lose your city because your city relies on the university to even exist. Everybody knows it. That's why we started looking into the university when we got there, because I was like, this town ain't thriving like the university is. Something don't make sense. What's up, Tiffany? Something don't make sense. Vanillas, what's up? But when you look at the map, I'll show you the exact area where that phone will ping and connect to the same. Here's the house. That house uses this tower right here. And when you are right here, you will connect to the same tower that this house uses right here. Same tower. It may look like you're there, but really, no, you're not.
No.
You're not. You can actually, because Steptoe's actually up here. Once you get in let me see, where's this road? Once you get, yeah, this road right here, Airport Road. When you get to a section about right here, you start pinging as well. You don't even have to be by the house, and you can start pinging to the same tower. You have to look at the words in the PCA. Utilizes the same tower that 1122 utilizes. Not, yeah, he was right outside hooking up to the Wi Fi, yo. There's a
Exactly.
huge difference.
Where the phone was untraceable. Police say that murders likely occurred between 4 and 4:25 in the morning. The phone then started pinging again just before 5 in the morning. According to police, the phone signal was tracked moving south on Highway 95 away from Moscow, then pinged again west and north back towards the WSU campus in Pullman, which would be consistent with Koberger driving back home. Now, these new developments, they come just hours after Idaho leaders reported that the Koberger case has already cost the state more than $3.6 million in taxpayer money. That averages to nearly $8,000 per day. We know that Koberger is due back in court next month. That will be when the
Whoa, hold on. $8,000 a day. And they're telling the families, we have so much. We have so much. Just wait. Why is there why is there so many questions and contradictions?
And delays.
This poor family, yeah. Who's been delaying it? Not Ann Taylor. It's been Bill Thompson and his super crew. They're the ones that been delaying shit this whole time, and I still don't understand why there's other people that sit there and blame Ann Taylor for it being delayed when it's like, come on, you got to think. You got to drive a vehicle with the front window, the side windows, and the back window so you don't get in an accident. You definitely don't run into a wall and kaboom. You need all of it to move forward, and it's so obvious. It's so $3.6 million, and imagine if he's able. Just because you may be from Idaho and you may think he's guilty, when an expert stands up there in court and explains to you that this is proof, and you have the expert witness from the prosecution and they can't dispute the information that the defense's expert is saying, that right there, that's reasonable doubt. And it's supposed to be beyond a reasonable doubt. If this alibi ends up being proven fact, oh man, look at all that money. Look at all the time that they wasted, and then the person that really committed this crime is still out there and probably got away scot-free because they wanted to focus so much time. They wanted to believe their own roses didn't smell like shit, but they really did. Oh, the perfume. No, no, no. Crystal sickening. It is. And then you know what they're going to do. We've already exposed that last November, too. They're not going to take blame for Koberger being set free. They're going to deflect the blame on other people. The volunteer crew that showed up at the scene that contaminated the crime scene. They're going to blame every other person. They're going to blame Brett Payne. It's Brett Payne's fault that the PCA fell apart. It's Brett Payne's fault that the investigation wasn't done properly. They're going to deflect. They've already set it up that way. That's why they already had the volunteer first responders unit that were students to be there when the crime took place. That's why they had all of these other organizations set up. So then when it comes back on them, they can say, look, we did everything we could do. It's their fault. And that is bullshit. They've done it before and they'll do it again. We're just watching all of this shit that, right, Doc, since last year. We're watching all this shit take place now. It's finally happening. I remember last summer when I'm sitting there saying we ain't gonna have this extra evidence that Bill Thompson's waiting for even after February and March. they're going to get to a point where it's like, yo, they're not going to have it. They've been waiting for information to materialize that they expected because they jumped on the gun like they did the Oregon car. And it's the same kind of situation. Unfortunately, they've already put all their chips in and you can't take them back. You already put all your chips in. Now you have to show your cards.
Yeah,
It's
you
not
have to
good
go.
when you're sitting there betting like you got a flush and really you got a pair of sevens and a king high. That's not good because they got two pair. They just beat your ass. It's horrible. Expert sounds great. What's up, Jamie May? It's amazing. Have you read his resume and he's rip? I'm glad we're having an Idaho 4 show today
Yeah,
because I missed a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean?
yeah.
So, Ann ain't playing. Oh, hell no. All right. Expert sounds great. This is crazy. $7,600. Okay? And the community's paying for it. See, the community, just like the university and the donation, the community is always paying for it. That's why they're not thriving like the university. Mr. Green is sitting there chilling in that luxury. The rich get richer and the poor still stay poor. It's bullshit.
We know that Koberger is due back in court next month. That will be when the judge is expected to decide on the defense's request for a venue change. That hearing is scheduled for May 14th. Marky?
Yeah, interesting that a stargazing alibi was offered up a whole year and a half later.
It's called you play chess, lady. Hello, come on. You don't show all your cards right away.
I mean, they even said they're not showing everything now. They said that there is more info, but they're not showing it. So it's not a stargazing alibi.
Rosie, we don't even have the journalism schooling that these people do. We don't even have the sources that these people do, and we're
Right.
sitting there talking real about the alibi. And well, that's kind of interesting. A year and a half later, Susie. Oh, okay. Hello. This is why y'all come here. Screw this. Okay, skip. Oh, good.
So if
Banfield.
I asked my teenager where he was last night, and he said to me, I was out driving around alone all
hell no.
night with my phone switched off.
With my phone switched off, I bet it was your son and he is being convicted of it. You would probably say, see what it would be a different tune, Banfield. If that was your son sitting behind that, it'd be a different tune. This shit, you guys, this is not 150. Come on, let's get to this guy she's got on her panel here.
And I want to read exactly what Ann Taylor filed with the court because the judge pushed when they said they would file an alibi and said he was out driving around. The judge said, more details, please. And this is what Ann Taylor filed regarding Brian's habit of nighttime driving. Quote, after the school year began, Mr. Koberger was busy with classes and work at Washington State University, and his running and hiking decreased, but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data from Mr. Koberger's phone, showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions.
It's beautiful.
The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Koberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and the stars. He drove through the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, including Wawahi Park.
Wawahi.
So, Richard Block, just what's your reaction to that as a lawyer?
So
She just giggled. Why is
Yeah.
she giggling? What if that was your son, motherfucker? She just giggled. Why would she giggle, Rosie?
I mean, I don't know why she giggled, but she giggled. Oh, she sniggered.
Snickered, right. Oh, that sounds a Snickers sounds stupid. Here we go, talking about food again.
What's your reaction to that as a lawyer?
So obviously it's not the strongest alibi we've ever heard, right? It's not I was at the Dodgers game and here's the video, but it's not as weak as it sounds. You got to remember a couple things.
There you go, buddy.
The night sky in Idaho is terrific.
It's
There's
amazing.
reasons people come out here. To go
It's
see
for real. It is
we have craters of the moon out here. It's really great.
Yes.
And second, we've got a little bit of corroboration here. We have the photos from his phone that they're telling us that they have, including him taking pictures of the night sky in November. So this is apparently something he does. The second part of that I think is really interesting is later in that filing is when they're talking about how much evidence they don't have because they don't have all the stuff off the phone, which may show more of this. So it's not as weak as it sounds right off the bat. It's not the greatest explanation.
You're so good at your job. You are really good at. If I ever murder someone, I'm hiring you. But
whoa, I would never say that.
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Even if I felt that way, I would never fucking say that.
Yeah.
You know, Don Juan detective, come on, buddy. I think my thought process is more laid out, Don Juan detective. I see all this shit you're saying out there. I should ask you, actually. I should ask you how to get away with it, right? What's up, law offices? Andrew D. Myers, would you like to join today? We're going to be getting into I know you're a busy man, but if you'd like to, let me know. We're going to be getting into this alibi stuff. If you'd like to hop up, let me know. I do too. It's beautiful. She damn snickered, man.
I do want to say this. I've been out late at night a lot as well. And
let's hear her say that again, because that's something I would never say, yo, for real. I don't know.
It's not the greatest.
Okay.
Whoops. Like, let's see here. Richard Block. There's the snicker. Richard Block.
It's at the Dodgers game and here's the video. But it's not as weak as it sounds. You got to remember a couple things. First of all, the night sky in Idaho is terrific. There's reasons people come out here to go see the sky.
She's laughing
we have craters
again.
of the moon out here. It's really great.
Why
Second, we've got a little bit of corroboration here. We have the photos from his phone that they're telling us that they have, including him taking pictures of the night sky in November. So this is apparently something he does. The second part of that I think is really interesting is later in that filing is when they're talking about how much evidence they don't have because they don't have all the stuff off the phone, which may show more of this.
Right. They don't have the video. They don't have the cell phone, the cast data. They don't have all the evidence, and that's why she's saying me and my team have been working crazy hours trying to see how they even got connected to Koberger.
And she still doesn't get it.
Right. And when it comes, thank you, Caddy. I want to say when it comes to these traffic cameras, everybody, say hello to the transformed Idaho 511. Do you want to see how clear a photos? Just like when I came out with this video, let me drop this link for you guys. This is an old one. I drove the route to show everybody the cameras that exist on the route according to the PCA. And I'm going to show you this website here in a second. And if you're going to tell me that you could not get a photo of a license plate, the actual vehicle, when you drive through the route, where in the hell did I put it? It's been so... Let's see here. Here's the one... I'll do no commentary. Here's the one where I don't talk. It's the shorter version. It's the shorter version. This is the one where I don't talk. This is where I take the drive from the PCA to show in my footage all the cameras that exist on the way. This is the one where I add commentary and I sit there and I explain why I'm going, where I'm going. I point out different things. It's a little, it's a little bit longer because I'm actually discussing everything, pointing it out. And when you see the amount of cameras, according to the PCA, and then you see these cameras right here, it's like, hold on a minute. You can literally go to any of these and look. Like, you can't get a decent picture. You got the city cameras. Here's the link again. You can go see, like, there's Pullman. You can go to Pullman. Pullman has cameras website that you can go look live. You can see photos of the live. In Akron, Ohio, they have cameras that are on the roads, like on the highways, not even just in the city streets, but they have cameras on the highways too that can get good clarity. So to sit there and say that you couldn't even get a photo to release to the public, you had to use a stock photo and a stock photo of a 2011 to 2013. It's a hot dog steak. It's a hot dog steak. Check that out. Seriously. The cameras, they're so clear. And what do you think? They're designed to get license plates, people, especially in Pullman, Washington, because they have their own internship program with the local PD in Washington State University where they self-surveil their campus because of the spike in all the crimes and activity that took place over the last 10 years. Hell, even the last 5. Hot dog steaks to get Busby. Like that, we all have to get together some night or sometime. We all have to get together and just have a big cookout, and we'll make some hot dogs. No, we won't. That's gross. That's gross. We can make we can make we can make steaks in the shape of hot dogs. There we go. There we go. The hot dog steaks will be steaks in the shape of hot dogs, and there we go. There we go.
So it's not as weak as it sounds right off the bat. It's not the greatest
Okay,
explanation.
you're so good at your job. You are really good at. If I ever murder someone, I'm hiring you.
Whoa!
But I do want to say this.
Ashley,
I've been out late at night a lot as well. And I'm not worried about someone calling me and interrupting my stargazing at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I don't see a need to turn my phone off exactly in the hour that those students were murdered. And one of the other propensities he has is to drive around ogling that house, because they have plenty of digital evidence from his phone that pinged him at or around that house multiple times in the 3 to 4 months prior to those murders. Isn't that a little bit troublesome and sort of also diminishes this adorable story?
I have a question with the way that she's acting. What's up, Yvette? I have a question. If anybody can look at the analytics of Banfield's show, what is her demographic? What is the age range that she has the 2 highest percentages of? Because number one, she's always dressing like she's trying to be Jackie Kennedy. And number 2, it makes me wonder, is most of her audience like old bitchy ladies? Because the way that she's giggling and the way that she's smirking and the way that she's portraying herself is like, because really you have to think about any of these positions could be you. We could be the ones sitting in the jail cell being convicted of a crime we didn't commit. We could be on the witness stand for whatever reason when it comes to a case. Right? The old bitchy ladies demographic, but it makes me wonder, because when she's talking like this, it's like, yo, I get that you feel a certain way, right? I get that you feel that Koberger did this. I get it. But as a journalist, are you not supposed to present the facts in reality? As a journalist, are you not supposed to present the facts, reality, and explore all thoughts, theories, and opinions, but also try and exclude things that don't make sense, but always keep your mind open to even other possibilities you thought maybe couldn't be? So when you act like this, it makes me wonder, what is your demographic, old bitchy ladies?
I can't even imagine. I mean, probably. Who else would? I
Like,
mean,
the way that
yeah.
she walks, it's almost like you have old bitchy ladies sitting there eating their TV dinners, and they're watching her show, and they're like standing up going, right, yes, Ashley, yes. And it's like, what the hell? Why is it even being reported like this? I
Yeah, I
can't
mean, this is
imagine.
not journalistic integrity at all.
No, just the smirks and the giggles, and then yeah, what an alibi, right? I have a son. Like, man, then why wouldn't she say, oh shit, there are innocent people that get proven guilty, right? Yes. There are innocent people that get convicted of crimes. What if it was your son, Ashley? That's how you should be reporting this. It doesn't make sense to me why just the attitude behind it, Just like this. We're gonna check it out again.
More of this.
Watch this. It's just
So
why?
it's not as weak as it sounds right off the bat. It's not the greatest
Okay,
explanation.
you're so good at your job. You are really good at. If I ever murder someone, I'm hiring you. But I do want to say this. I've been out late at night a lot as well.
Yeah, that too, Andrew.
I'm not worried about someone calling me and interrupting my stargazing at 4 o'clock in the morning. So I don't see a need to turn my phone off.
Look at
exactly in the hour that those students were murdered.
What if that was your
and
son?
One of the other propensities he has is to drive around ogling that house because they have plenty of digital evidence from his phone.
Huh? It's just
I don't think he's comfortable with it either. Doesn't seem like
yeah. If I'm gonna commit, like, why would you even say that? Because then what happens if you accidentally get charged for a crime you really didn't do? You already told people you wanted to do it, right? You already told people you wanted to do it. So then if it really does happen and you didn't do it, then it's like, oops. There is no my bad in that situation. It's called cha-ching shit. That's what it's called. Yvette Clifton, contribution call out. Hold on 1 second. Contribution call out. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. And thank you for hanging out. Did she really say yeah. Like, now watch. If somehow she gets, think about it. She just said it.
So it's not as weak as it sounds right off the bat. It's not the greatest explanation.
You're so good at your job. You are really good at. If I ever murder someone, I'm hiring you. But I do want to say,
she said it.
I've been out late at night a lot as well, and I'm not worried about someone calling me and interrupting my stargazing at 4 o'clock in the morning.
Ashley
so I don't see a need
to
turn my phone off. Exactly the hour that those students were murdered. And one of the other propensities he has is to drive around ogling that house because they have plenty of digital evidence from his phone that pinged him at or around that house multiple times in the 3 to 4.
I'm sure if she was going to some kind of facility, they would change it to beige. You know that, everybody. You know she would have enough pull to have that outfit be in beige. Come on.
We'll make a plan. They will.
Or eggshell white, beige, eggshell white, it'd be something. It would be something. And they would allow her to use some kind of mascara because she's always got to have that raccoon eye shit going on, right?
4 months
crazy.
Prior to those murders.
Like,
isn't that a little bit troublesome and sort of also diminishes this adorable story?
Where's her eyeballs?
Well, we obviously don't know how strong all
that
evidence is, just like we don't know how strong the defense's evidence is. We're really most of the things that we've heard come from the police, which are incredibly biased source. They never tell the whole story. I don't know how many times I've seen an affidavit of probable cause that turned out to be misrepresentation after misrepresentation after misrepresentation. So let's take that what they said with a grain of salt. That being said, these are problems in the case. These are things that the defense is going to have to deal with and have to try and explain. Doesn't mean they don't have an alibi, and it doesn't mean it's not important that they let the judge know about this, because there's a rule in Idaho that says you have to.
Yep.
If I were a juror,
So they're they're waiting on the prosecution to hand over the evidence so that their witness can prove that their client wasn't there when the crimes were committed, and the prosecution doesn't want to hand over the evidence because why? Oh, it makes, I never thought that the prosecution was withholding evidence. I always thought that it was another agency that wasn't sharing the evidence. I'm starting to wonder, everybody. Oh boy. And isn't this going to be some crazy shit if it comes out being true? Because, oh my gosh, this is going to be some Captain Dollinger shit here. It almost makes me wonder if the prosecution is going to get in trouble for withholding evidence that they didn't provide in the discovery evidence that they had or have. But I'm going to say had, because I guarantee you they got rid of it.
Yes.
I wonder if the prosecution is going to get slammed for withholding evidence. Ooh. Because to me, it sounds like this whole time I've said you got for months. They've given everything. They're waiting on the other agency to supply the rest of the information. Today, I'm almost feeling like we're in a couple months, we're going to find out that the prosecution actually had evidence that they kept from the defense. Not that they were waiting, that they actually had evidence that they got rid of. That's where I'm going now. That's just how it smells. It's crazy to say, and I hate saying it, and I hate thinking it, because I don't ever want to think that a prosecution or a defense is going to withhold evidence from one another when it comes to trying to find out the truth and justice. Ooh, oh my gosh. I think they're going to get busted. I don't know. I'm wondering if a couple months we're going to find out that there's some leaked information that shows that there's evidence that the prosecution had that they got rid of. And I think it's going to be a copy of leaked information, because the prosecution, I believe, got rid of it thinking they could. But there's somebody that has copies, I bet. And I bet you in a couple months, right as it starts to heat up and there's a lot of dates being set, the trial, things are going to happen. And I think right around then, there's going to be some leaked documents that go kapoop. And all of a sudden, whoa, where'd this evidence come from? Because remember, there's a deadline coming up this fall. And I'm saying a couple months. We'll see. We might be coming back to this episode a few months later and going, freeze, but I don't know. Yeah, has always been a big no-no. I don't know, for some reason, from this morning, it's always been even till a few minutes ago, it's always been agency with not sharing it. I'm thinking they destroyed evidence that they didn't want to include. And I'm thinking there's some leaked shit out there that's going to drop right before that court date's going to come out. I just got this weird feeling. Sometimes I just get these weird. Yeah, it smells. That's what it smells like. What's up, Yoli? you want to hop up as well? Let me know. I know you're a busy lady too, and it's early morning. I should have got Hardee's. By the way, I'm gonna be going to. Gonna be going to Nashville either tonight or either tonight, but I will be there for sure tomorrow. And then we're gonna have the search all weekend for Hendersonville. So that's going to be the plans. I knew I was going to be going to Nashville maybe tonight, so I didn't want to try and pack all of this in and then try and do all this. I knew it would have been a chaos. So that's why we're staying here. We're doing an Idaho 4 show today, getting caught up on this stuff. Then I'm going to, depending on if I go to Nashville tonight, if I go to Nashville tonight, I probably won't do a show. Uh, maybe do something when I get there, but I don't know. I'll probably end up just getting early rest if I do end up in Nashville. If I don't tonight, based off of I'm waiting on some confirmation on some things. If I don't go to Nashville tonight, then I will come hang out tonight and do a show with you guys about Sebastian and Riley, and we're gonna talk about some of the things I'm gonna be doing in Nashville Friday, and then also all weekend we're gonna be out there doing searches. Buzzfeed's gonna be there, Narchiver's gonna be there, others are going to be there. It's going to be another search effort. And also, I do need to check Casey's emails because I think we have somebody that has kayaks or a boat or something that can also assist us out there for the search for Sebastian. So I want to say thank you all, and I appreciate your support. I still say your original theory of an incel close by isn't so far fetched. Anybody, thank you. I appreciate the support. That's what I kind of came up. Crap.
CJ, you're cutting out for me. I don't know if it's a problem on my side.
Oh, for real?
I don't know. Can anyone else not hear CJ? Well, that sounds better now.
Here's the video for that. If you guys want to check it out, the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments. When I went there, and I'll go ahead and show some footage too. When I went there, when I first pulled up to the property, I always thought before I went there, I always thought that where the blue car used to be, I always thought that it was just a very interesting spot. And when I went there and I actually parked there the first time, I went, holy crap, this is crazy. Let me see here. This one right here. I'm going to show you guys. This is what it looks like when you're parked. We'll show a little video quickly. All right, so let me skip ahead. So this is me driving up to 1122 King Road. You know what? Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. This internet is just hold on. Cuz is it yeah, it keeps dropping. Hold on. I got to use my phone. For some reason, my internet here is just maybe from the storms or something. 1 second. It might be from the storms.
Okay. I thought it was me.
Is it gonna work? Holy crap. Is it gonna work? Are we here? What the hell is going on with all the... Are we good? Are we good?
Yeah,
Holy
that's good.
crap. Okay. Jeez, it just kept dropping like crazy. All right. Hopefully this show's better. Ugh, I might have to get this freaking Starlink stuff, man, because no matter where I'm at, it's like this is at home. So this is us pulling up to 1122 King Road. And you'll see what the back looks like when we're pulling up there. This is a daytime. I'm going to show you at nighttime what it looks like as well. Yeah, these tech issues, it's crazy. Let me know if it's like buggy or something. I'll try and I can do a reboot on my system. There's the Chrysler.
It sounds like it's back now. It was a little glitchy there, but it seems back to normal.
And right here. So like I said, when you pull up and it's like, you know, say like you're going home, right? So if you live here, this is why I say it's the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments. Because if you're going home, you're going home. And I'm going to show you the night view. But you got to imagine when you're seeing the night view, you're going to be able to see through the windows and all this stuff. This is why it's important to see it in the daytime with the view of what you can see, because you got to think about this. When oh, it's glitchy. No, it's my connection. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Does this help? No. I know you're not complaining. No, I would thank you for letting me know, because I might let me try this again. How's this now? Is it still glitchy through StreamYard? Is it still glitchy on StreamYard?
It looks fine to me now.
See, I need to upload this stuff on my video section so you guys can just see the straight up camera stuff.
It's looking fine. It was
okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do some reboot stuff in the background here in a few. Let's see, there's the Chrysler. Look, you have all this cover back here. So at nighttime, when I'm going to show you the night video in a second, see all this cover here off to all the way around, right? And then you're parking to go home because you're living at the Queen Road Apartments right next door. Look at this view. You can see the windows, the sliding glass doors. Now just a few feet over, you're going to see how far you can kind of go. And then I'm going to show you at nighttime real quick. We'll get back to these videos. I'm going to reboot my home network too. See, it's like spinning.
That house is actually pretty close too.
So, yeah, look.
1126.
And you can literally go on the left side of that tree and have complete view of everything going on, and nobody's going to see you looking at that property.
both of them.
See how close you are to the cement slab down there on the bottom, how close you are to the house, and they can't see you, you guys, because of the cover. And I'm going to show you how.
They're like real right up close.
Right there. See how close it is? See what I'm saying? Now watch. I'm just standing in front of the car, you guys. I'm not even at the trees, okay? Now this is at nighttime. This is at nighttime. Now, this is important because when it comes to you being able to see the light from the house and they can't see you, watch my headlights. It's going to be very key to watch these headlights. You're going to see I have complete view. I have complete view. You got the sorority house. See the light in the middle to the left? That's Sigma Chi's house. I can see Sigma Chi's house. I can see Walenta. I can see Taylor. I can see all of these streets, King Road, Queen Road, all of these streets. And then I look to the right and I can see the whole parking lot where Linda Lane's at. You have complete access to this whole layout. You were up on a hill looking down so you can see anybody coming in your direction. You would know when and where to go. Now, this is me sitting behind the house. Watch when I turn my headlights on. When I turn my headlights on, let me know if you see any of the house, because if you don't see any of the house, that means they can't see you. Do you see any of the house? Just the bottom left of the deck. Other than that, they can't see you. Why? Because look at how far my light travels to their direction. Most of my light is covered up from those bushes. So when you're looking at it with this view, you can see everything. And they can't see you just from those bushes. Stargaze from that spot, you can stargaze from any spot. But what is key is when it comes to this Queen Road incel theory thing, the video. This is why, because literally this person could be just going home, hearing the parties next door, the loud music, the loud sounds, getting jealous because everybody else is having fun. And they get mad because they're just parking in a parking lot to go home. And they have to see this fun take place every single day because they're just parking here so they can go home to this apartment. They shouldn't have to be forced to see all of these people having fun. They're just trying to park in the parking lot right here so they can go home. Why should they have to be forced to see all of this stuff going on they wish they could be a part of when literally they're just parking there because they live in this section? What's up, Rob? Oh yeah, I got a whole bunch of footage before. My trip, I went there from 11/8/2023 to 11/15/2023. So all of my footage is from those dates. I spent a week up there getting a bunch of footage, just to kind of show everybody, to bring awareness to this stuff. All right, let me see. What do we got? We got Vinny talking about the case. No. Let me see here. Surviving the Survivor talks about the cost of the case. I mean, it's obvious who's paying for it. Let me see here. People. Okay. So we're going to check out this one video from local news, and then we're going to check out that truth and transparency video y'all say is fire, and I'm sure it's fire. I can't wait to check it out either. Here's a little video from local. Oh. Is it going to play?
Accused quadruple murderer Brian Koberger's defense has released his alibi details.
The alibi was just filed 20 minutes before the deadline. According to the court response, Koberger's attorneys say he enjoyed hiking and running in the Palouse. They say he was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th when 4 University of Idaho students were killed in Moscow. They say Brian Koberger drove south of Pullman and west of Moscow, including Wawai Park.
The defense says it intends to introduce a cell tower expert to show Koberger never traveled east on the Moscow-Pullman highway that morning and could not be the vehicle captured on video near a cannabis shop. No date has been set yet.
So the cannabis shop, that's the cannabis shop that the judge stops at. Remember when he's going to court and he's like, "Oh wow, the flashy things that glitter. Oh wow, look at the blue." Right? He's oh wow, oh wow. The cannabis shop is right the cannabis shop is, when you're going down Airport Road, if the person that lived at Steptoe committed the crime, they're going on Airport Road. They're not going on the highway. So right here where the person would have taken if they were going to commit the crime and get away with it from Steptoe Apartments would have took Airport Road, okay? And then right here is that spot there. Now see how close it is to the state line? Here's the state line. See how close it is to the state line? You know Judge stops there before he goes to court. He's under a lot of stress. He's under a lot of stress. There's a lot of anxiety going on. He needs to calm
Covers a lot of
down.
cases.
Right. He covers a lot of cases. He gets confused sometimes. He gets lost. It's okay. Yes, he does stop by the gummy. And it's already kicking. It's already kicking in when he passes Walmart here. He gets his gummy here. He chomps on it real quick. Right about Walmart to Best Buy Plus University, and it's already starting to, and then by the time he gets to court, then it's all glitter and fun stuff. Another crumb. What a coincidence Enon was pulled over right Oh, I mean, come on. He talks about how much he was a rug dealer, and it's like, bro, it's not hard to go to a freaking cannabis shop and then go across town. I mean, really. You can't tell me this Walmart Supercenter parking lot was not a spot for people to go to the dispensary, go across the border and say, because people in Idaho didn't want to go over there, right? People that lived in Moscow, they don't want to go over there and show their ID that they're buying this stuff because who looks at it, right? So damn well there's people from Washington that are going to the damn cannabis store. They're going to the Walmart Supercenter parking lot, and they're sitting there selling them for $2 extra on top of what they paid for it. Come on.
Yeah.
Hello. Come on. So when it comes to him, as much as he wants to talk about being a rug dealer, it's like, come on, bro. It's not that hard at all for you to swing by a dispensary, go across the border, hit a Walmart Supercenter parking lot, and then, like, come on, man. You ain't even driving a fucking mile, bro. You know what I mean? Like, you're big time. Come on, man. You ain't, no. All right. I just had to share that. All right. We're going to check out this video, Truth and Transparency. The fire alibi with expert. I can't wait. I wish I had more time. I wish I could have been in this one to support her because I love her so much and she knows that. So we're going to check this out real quick. In the meantime, what I am going to do is I'm going to go off camera for a minute. I'm going to reboot my whole network here but I'm still going to run off my mobile phone right now. So in the meantime, I'm going to kind of reboot stuff, and I'll be in chat, but I'll still be listening. I'll be in chat, but I'm going to be doing this reboot so we can go back to the home network. Here's the video link for this. Please go hit the like and drop a comment. I want to pet my cat right in front of Floyd. Right in front of Floyd's cannabis. Ain't that crazy? Oh, hell no. I mean, really, though, look, it's not that far. You literally drive, you pull out right here. Brrr, boom. I don't even have to move my cursor. Look, it goes here and it goes here. It's like, come on. And then you got like Spectrum or some shit right here. I don't know. Bush Distributors. There. It ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Okay. Yeah, I'll be rebooting here. Hold on. What is going on with all of our electronics?
Okay, drive careful, okay?
Thank you. It is Alibi Wednesday. Welcome to the Transparency. This is Brian Koberger's deadline. He met the deadline and he came with some booms. And I don't even think people know what the booms are yet. So we'll get to that at some point. And I'm going to try to get there actually pretty quick. As you guys know, if you guys follow this channel, I do believe in innocent until proven guilty. Because after all, that's what we're supposed to be believing in. I believe in our constitutional rights. With that said, Brian Koberger filed his alibi. Let's take a look. Hector the Projector, welcome to the game. Zoom on in here. And comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorney. Yes, Mr. Koberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022. Let's go like this. As an avid runner and hiker, he explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored Wawawaki Park in July of 2022. So just a month there after his arrival. And this became a favorite location. After the school year began, Mr. Koberger was busy with classes and work at WSU. And his running and hiking decreased, but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. This is supported by data. Koberger's phone, his data on his phone, showing him in the countryside late at night. And I believe that this channel has mentioned that numerous times, this is going to have a lot to do on Mr. Koberger's phone data history, where he visited, what he normally did. Things would be routine for him. So check right there. You see it. Thank you, Crystal, for those memberships. The 5 that snatched them up. Welcome to the Transparency Home Team. Again, we are just getting started here. I have a lot to say about this. I have a lot to go over. And this is the alibi. This is what we've all been waiting for, is Brian Koberger's alibi. So again, Brian's phone showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. So this was normal. Him to be out and about late at night, driving around or in locations, even standing, if he was standing still. But these late night drives, again, his phone. It's a pattern. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late night evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Koberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. Okay. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman. Now I want to show you guys something really quick. I've already mapped everything for us. Okay. But there's your county park up over there. All right. So this is the way you would travel to go from this is Pullman. You travel right, you say east to go to Moscow. And so basically what I'm showing you over here is that the way that he traveled and where he went, he actually went the opposite way of the way that you would go. Okay, he was over here. Now, going back here. Okay. Make it as clear as possible. Now, Mr. Koberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13, 2022, as he often did to hike, run, and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, like I just showed you. He went south. And it was also west of Moscow, too, and including, and I was showing you that area. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Mr. Koberger intends to offer testimony of Cy Ray, CSLI expert. Now, I went ahead and I dissected this man, his CV, and this man has never, up until 11/2023, has never testified for a defendant. He is a prosecution. He is a police. He is a military man. He will be testifying on behalf of Bryan Koberger. Yes. And that is very, very, very interesting and very, very key for Bryan Koberger. Once I get through and tell you a little bit about his background, I think a bunch of you guys are going to say, holy shit. So it isn't just that they went out and we're going to have some guys say this. No, the person that is going to be saying this, wait till you see who this is. Now, again, Mr. Koberger intends to offer testimony. Okay. CSLI expert, Cy Ray, in terms of cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency. And then she went ahead and she attached his CV. And he will be testifying to show that Bryan Koberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, on November 13th, 2022. That Bryan Koberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Now, I'm going to show you guys Floyd's, taking us back to... All right, so what I went ahead and did is it's in white. So remember, I've always said this. I said, you cannot just say that there's a car over here, okay, and then boom, this car that you want me to believe came from over here, and then poof, it's going to be right over here in the 700 block. Okay, you just can't do that. It's not happening. So the video that was supplied at some point in time is right here on Airport Road, and it's this Floyd cannabis that caught it, okay, on Airport Road right here, and that they are saying that, and what the expert's going to be testifying to is that this vehicle could not be Brian Kohlberger's because of where Brian Kohlberger was, based on his cell phone at that time. So that vehicle that you are transporting and saying is Brian Kohlberger from, he leaves here and he's driving, he takes the airport. So he's like this, he's coming back, or he's coming across, and he's going to come back and end up over here, like the 700 block. It's not him. Okay. So we'll come back to this in a second. Now, additional information as to Mr. Kohlberger's whereabouts. Now, this is amazing to me. This is Anne being smart. This is Anne realizing that she's again playing with what I have done my research, and these people have no issue with being corrupt. These people, if you don't want to use the word corrupt, they are inept. And Ann Taylor is not a stranger. Their work, like how, and like I said, she's been around the block. She knows what they're up to, what they're doing, and so this is really, really important to understand that Anne's saying additional information as to Mr. Kohlberger's whereabouts. We're not giving. Okay, so additional information as to Brian Kohlberger's whereabouts. The early morning progressed included additional will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject upcoming motion to compel. I was was it last night or the night before? I get all my days just confused lately. The motion to compel discovery is going to be very, very big. But if not, Mr. Ray's testimony. So we're waiting for you guys to give us this discovery that we've been waiting for, and that you guys are claiming is so important to your case as it's nailing my client. But she said, if not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Kohlberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. Okay. So what she is saying is we've been waiting for this. We've been waiting. And if you do not have it, or if you do not disclose it, okay, then his testimony is further going, Mr. Ray here, his testimony then will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence, because I believe that Mr. Ray took a nice, long, hefty look at a lot of things, not just Brian Kohlberger stuff, but he took a nice, hefty little look at some stuff, and that he basically told Ann Taylor that there should be X, Y, and Z, and you need to get this, it's there. And if it's not there, then we have a huge problem here. And it has to do with Brian Kohlberger's, what didn't you preserve? What aren't you preserving?
I'm going to pause it here real quick. I'm going to switch to, I got the network rebooted now. I'm going to switch to that connection real quick. And then we will get off of the, just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, now we should be back. know if this is better.
What wasn't for Taylor, that there should be X, Y not there, then we have a birth. What aren't you preserve, or you don't have it? Mr. Ray in his testimony is going to show, I think, some fuckerage, but
Yep.
But Aunt Taylor is coming to the table with an expert witness to corroborate Brian Culver's. And remember, guys, we've always said this.
What's going on?
But
Is it like still?
Yeah.
It's the whole system. It must. It must be StreamYard.
I'm not sure. I mean, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it's glitchy. Hi everyone, can you still hear me? Okay, still here. Okay, alright. CJ will be right back. He's just restarting the piece. Yes, thank you for your patience. Yeah, you know technology. It's like as soon as you most need it, right? You thrilled with this witness? Yes. Annie Ruler from my channel says I'm thrilled with this witness, and I've already seen this video. So when Lana goes through the CV or the resume, it's really impressive, and it kind of really does make you wonder. I mean, this is the alibi. You know, it's what we've been waiting for. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just technical issues. There's no sound at all? Oh, goodness. Oh, dear. Sorry, guys. If you can still hear me. Thank you, BuzzFeed. Thank you so much, Crimes, Lies, and Videotapes. That is really kind of you. You guys hear me? Good. I'm just waiting for CJ. You think it's due to the weather? Probably. Sorry about this, everyone.
Oh boy. Okay.
You're back.
Mike. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go off mobile for the show, I suppose. I don't know, something's up with the internet here, but give me 1 second.
I can't really hear you clearly. It's like very muffled. I'm not
It's
sure.
muffled.
Okay, no, that's better. That's much better.
Did rewind it a little bit.
That
I
he
apologize.
told Ann.
I apologize about that. So let me see. We'll go back to 1.5 minutes. All right, here you go. Sorry about
If
that.
you do not have it, or if you do not disclose it, okay, then his testimony are going, Mr. Ray here, his testimony then will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence, because I believe that Mr. Ray took a nice, long, hefty look at a lot of things, not just Brian Kohlberger stuff, but he took a nice, hefty little look at some stuff, and that he basically told Ann Taylor that there should be X, Y, and Z, and you need to get this, it's there. And if it's not there, then we have a huge problem here. And it has to do with Brian Kohlberger's, what didn't you preserve? What aren't you preserving? What wasn't preserved? Why wasn't it preserved? You're either hiding this or you don't have it. And if you don't have it, then Mr. Ray in his testimony is going to show, I think, some fuckerage, but Ann Taylor is coming to the table with an expert witness to corroborate Brian Kohlberger's. Now, remember, guys, we've always said this, the state is married to their timeline, to that car being the person that's in it is the killer. Okay, where I just can't even believe that. But they're married to all of that. All right. So then we get to this CV of Cy Ray here. And let me back out just a little bit here. And so this is his work history. Burning Mountain Productions, DBA, a social light crime club. And he just started this. He's the president. LexisNexis, ZX Inc., a president, founder, director. Then he had his background, Gilbert Police, Phoenix Training Council, Show Low Police Department, And then we get into military professional resources. So 2010, June to December, trainer, mentor, Afghanistan. Now I think that I'm going to go ahead and just say this. I know that Annie Potts is in chat, and Annie Potts is about to go ham when I show her some of this stuff. All right. This is stuff that we've been saying for a minute. This guy is stacked, hella stacked, but this is his applicable experience, 20 years of law enforcement experience. They are bringing Ann Taylor went out and got one of basically their own. Okay. 5 years of patrol, 13 years of criminal investigation, 7 years in violent crimes, 3 as a detective sergeant, 2 years on the criminal apprehension team, 1 year in undercover operations in Afghanistan. I think that is there you go, Annie. He's got 8 years SWAT, and he's got 7 years instructor or operator of law enforcement training company. So we want to talk about training. 10 years of expert witnesses in cases. Now check this out. Testified in over 100 times state and federal courts. All case work prior to 11 of 2023 was as a prosecution witness. Boom. Again, he's advised on peer review on over 2,000 criminal investigations, U.S. federal cases, state and local law enforcement cases, international cases.
Wow.
Experience summary.
Jeez.
Criminal investigations, over 1,000 death investigations, including complex cases. Yeah, this is a complex case. I get you your complex. So here's our complex case. This is a complex case. Over 150 robbery investigations, over 100 kidnapping investigations, over 1,000 cases involving assault, sexual assault, organized crime, arson, arson-related homicide, auto theft, blah, 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 blah.
Public corruption.
Supervision of investigative units. Yeah, this supervise and direct criminal investigations related to violent crime and narcotic investigations, vice operations, and undercover operations.
Dang, look at all that.
Boom. This is what he
Impressive, right?
This is his supervision of investigations unit when he did this. Provided direction of up to 30 investigators during complex and dynamic cases, provided mentoring and training in references to investigations of violent crimes or other crimes as needed. Complex. Specialty training in reference to criminal investigations. They're getting him for his cell phone. Okay. And take a look at this. Again, this is his specialty in training. Okay. Take a look at this. Recruiting, managing, and directing confidential informants. Thought you guys would like that one. Undercover. Assigned to DEA task forces in references to investigations involving the Mexican drug cartel, successfully dismantling operations. Oh my God. Becky, look at her CV. It is so stacked. Again, assigned DEA task force Mexican drug cartel successfully dismantled operations. Okay. Everybody was so like, let me hear this alibi. I'm over here like, I need to tell you guys about who they got. Let me tell you about this guy. And everyone wants to say, who's Ann Taylor? Why do you think all this propaganda has been so? Now, next, assigned DE in investigation. Motorcycle gangs. Investigation resulted in the largest seize of precursor amphetamine in the United States of. What? What'd you say? We talking about some drugs? We talking about okay. To task force in reference to investigating. Okay. Motorcycle gangs. How about this one? This motorcycle gang. Man, meth. Okay. Instructor in Arizona for both tactical elements and investigative elements. Tactical, because I wanted to really underline that due to the fact that they want to talk about that somebody got in and got out in 7 minutes. Pro style, huh? Use of radio frequency collection and targeting of mobile devices. For both operations and investigative purposes. Okay. Talk about what pain he consulted with who? No one's gonna. You want to? I mean, his car on vid, his cell, his DNA. No jurors buying. I don't know what that means.
About the connect.
His cell, his DNA. The only thing they have, like we've been saying, that doesn't add up is that there's the sheath. It seems like it's a little place. Now over 1,000 mission field locating site devices. Wait till you hear where.
Okay. It's like taking me like 10 seconds for a comment to get displayed. I don't know what the.
Sorry, CJ, I can't hear you properly.
I click on a comment.
It's kind of glitching.
Can you hear me okay?
Much better.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It's taken like 10 seconds for a comment to display.
Yeah, it's bad on my stream as well. There's a delay.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Let me try something here. I apologize. I don't know what the hell's going on with this stuff. Okay, give me 1 second. Let me try this.
Thank you for being patient, everyone. It's just a lot of technical stuff happening today. Yeah, I think Busby said it might have been the weather. So.
All right, I'm gonna try it again. Sorry, everybody. If it keeps continuing to do this, I'm gonna end up just, I don't know, waiting a little bit. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. And this is what you do for a living. It makes it very difficult to try. Like it's driving me nuts.
Sorry.
No, I'm sorry for everybody for this. I don't understand what's going on. All right, let me try this again.
Okay, let's talk about what Payne did again. He consulted with who? No one's gonna. You want to? I mean, his car on vid, his cell, his DNA. No jurors buying. I don't know what that means. His car isn't on any vid. His cell, his DNA. The only thing that they have, like we've been saying, that doesn't add up is that there's a sheath. It seems like it's a little placed.
It's doing it again.
It's a little problematic. But thank you.
It's...
Now, over 1,000 missions in the field locating cellular devices. Wait till you hear where he did this at. Provide instruction on this subject matter. So he's instructed people. Provide expert testimony on the subject matter. Have consulted with private industry on developing hardware and software solutions for law enforcement and military applications. Okay. This is the big thing that they're using him for. Okay. Now, specialty training in reference to SWAT. Oh my God. Wasn't there just a SWAT situation right after? Is this thing not working? I believe there was a SWAT situation. Oh yeah, that's right. Brent Kopacka, that's right. Basic SWAT entry, School X3. Hostage rescue tactics training. I would like to know a little bit about that. Was this a hostage situation? Was anybody a hostage in that house? Again, he's instructed it. He's certified. He's an instructor. Next up. Of SWAT, he's done. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I was just looking at that like, whoa. Go. Cellular tracking. He was an instructor. Development of training courses, trained tactical units into high-risk tracking missions field. So, undercover operations in Afghanistan. Mentored Afghan police on investigative techniques and rule of law applications. Oh, here we go. Sorry. Cell phones and radio frequencing devices. This is why they got him. You guys are gonna shit your pants. Extensive background in cellular devices in reference to criminal investigations. Subject matter expert in call detail analysis, historical tracking, real-time physical tracking of mobile devices, geolocation, site surveys, and RF identification, extensive use of DRT tracking equipment, experience in RF jamming.
Huh. Whoa.
Weren't you guys talking about jammers?
Right.
Remember, I think you guys were talking about jammers.
Right.
Experience in denial of service. You guys see that? Jamming.
Wow. Huh.
There you go. I
Interesting.
thought some of you guys would like that because I know a lot of you guys asked me about these jammers, these, jamming, experience in denial of service, RF jamming. Okay. Yes, in the undercover cop car, right? Something like that. Data collection. Black phone operations, which is identifying and targeting unknown cellular devices. So when you have unknown cellular devices that are pinging, or I should say, like when you put in that search warrant and it comes back all these devices that are on and available at that time in that area, right? So identifying and targeting unknown cellular devices. So it's like here, Bill Thompson gave me all this data. I need to go get one of the best, and I'm just gonna pump you with and tell me what, look at, first of all, can you prove that my guy wasn't there? How can we prove this? What else? What other things can we prove that were going on? This guy knows his profession. Yeah, he's stacked, and he is normally on the other side testifying. Okay. Meaning he's a prosecution, normally a prosecution witness. So I think that that's going to be really important there. I mean, he's already probably provide expert court testimony and consulting that are expert in this field, recognized nationally by the International Chiefs of Police and Parade magazine for my work in this field. What up? Welcome, members. That they chose before anyone else tells a lot. His style, his DNA, no jurors buying. I think the SWAT movement freaked him out, no doubt. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that a guy like this, I don't think a guy like this is going to put himself in a situation to mess. I mean, he doesn't. Why? A guy like this, you want me to go out there and tell the world that Brian Kober this is one of the most hated men in America, right? Think about it. I've been saying that a lot. You think that Ann Taylor's going to risk her career? These lawyers and what they're saying, what they're doing, and then all that's being peddled back in the media and this fucking white ass noise that is like a bug that just won't go away. Zzz, like, so, no. Like, you don't need all that. You don't need all that when you got the right guy, when you do it the right way and you have all this shit. No wonder they had to not use any type of investigative techniques the right way at the right time. They had to, we got to go to IGG. Just wow. Now, when he at the ZX Corporation development and he implemented of a national cell tower database for the United States. Database has coverage areas defined for each sector, over 3.1 million coverage overlays, extensive RF mapping, and link budget analysis completed in multi-environments. So that little map, okay, that Payne did in the PCA,
that junk
that's
map,
about to get blown up.
Oh, I'm telling you, when I was trying, oh my gosh, it drove me nuts. When I went out there to do my PCA route, I had to go on Google Maps myself with the Google guide just to find the right way to go so I knew how to go. It was nuts. And then the map that goes down south, I'm sitting there like, what the fuck is this? It was so grainy and just nasty looking, and none of it made any damn sense. And especially when some of the cities that he claimed were in Idaho were in fact in Washington. And it's like, dude, this whole route is a mess. And yes, Tara, it's always going to be blown up because that thing, I'm telling you, when I tried to, because I wanted to make sure I turned left where they turned left, I turned right where they turned right. It was a nightmare trying to make sure that I could jot every turn and path down just to go along the PCA. It was ridiculous. It's going to be blown up. That's why they're using Payne. He was a scapegoat from the beginning. From the beginning, they knew. They already knew. That's why they put Payne there. Why do you think Lanier didn't take over? Right? He's the second in command. He was one of the highest up. Why didn't he take over? He showed up before Payne did.
Yeah. Exactly.
He showed up before Payne did. Why did he not take over the investigation? It's ridiculous. He's a scapegoat. And then they said, hey, Payne, hurry up. We need you to throw something together real quick. That's why Payne stated in his PCA that he had to review body cam from another officer, not even talk to him, review the body cam to then find out that there was a dog at the property when people showed up. From a body cam review. That means you got rushed to hurry. Yeah, right? Right, Doc? Johnson, Idaho, and it's Johnson, Washington. He threw that shit together. That's why he had to go off a body cam to know there was a dog there. It's horrible.
Yeah, the PCA is terrible all over. I mean,
it is.
Every page.
Mm-hmm. You read the whole thing, and it's just like, this is so sloppy. Sloppy. I do apologize about all the technical issues here today. I know it's kind of going in and out. I do apologize about that.
Automated cell detail record processing, responsible for the program development he developed and implementing it. Extensive research and coordination required. Auto mapping and standardized cell detail records sent by providers to law enforcement for investigative purposes. So when everyone's like, and I just had to look out there and see what people were going live and what they were saying just in their titles. And people out there trying to say that Brian's alibi is getting worse. The fuck are you talking about, man? Look at what this guy can do with material, with data. People, oh, let's just read the 2 paragraphs that Ann Taylor put out in a fucking motion and a notice. No. The nuts and bolts of what Ann Taylor basically buried in the ass of Bill Thompson and Nancy Grace at the same damn time is this CV. She just shoved it straight up their fucking asses is what she did. And so this is the part that's the most important part is who is this witness? Who's this alibi? When they want to say alibi witness, you're not having some 19-year-old, pepperoni jerk face come in and have an alibi for Brian Koberger. You have this ridiculously decorated man that is going to prove with his resources and abilities that Brian Koberger was nowhere near that house. at that time. So I don't. So you're gonna go and you have Payne's PCA, or you have this guy who is going to be testifying to the fact that Mr. Colbert intends to offer testimony of Cy and to show that Brian Koberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022. That Brian Koberger's mobile device did not travel east on the Moscow-Pullman highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Additional information as to Mr. Koberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Koberger's alibi was either not preserved or has been withheld. And now go think back about the witness that we put on this channel, Dave, and then pulling that Snapchat, and that there is stuff either was deleted, okay, or it was restricted, but there is a gap of Snapchat that is missing from multiple people to hide when everybody was talking about when they knew things that morning. Well, we'll see how that plays out.
Okay, I don't know why it muted me. I want to pause it real quick and say shout out to Caddy and whoever came in here and said that they had posted on their page. This is the post that they had on their page regarding the alibi. Stargazing ? Think emoji. What an absolute joke. Why did we have to wait so long for this story? And you know who is posting that? And I feel so bad for her because they've been bamboozled into thinking that they had so much evidence on Koberger, and it's starting to come out that they really don't. And I feel sorry for Christy. It's obvious this is from Christy. I feel sorry for her. I can't imagine what it's like to be in that position. And this is why when we put people in the positions to do these kind of jobs, this is why it's so important that you do what you're supposed to the first time. Because when it comes to these situations, you are just making this worse. When you need to give, if you're in that position, even in my position doing what I'm doing, going out there, you have to give 150 to these communities. And so many times we come across these corrupt organizations that have been getting away with bullshit for all these years. And they've been toying with the truth and justice for the people that deserve it the most. And you see, this is another toy tactic with one of those organizations. And unfortunately, family members and victims have to be the people that get affected the most when it comes to this stuff being exposed. It's sad that it takes place. It's so obvious what the hell's going on. And I feel so bad for those families that are clinging on to somebody going to prison already when they might not even committed the crime. They're just going off of what they've been told by the people that were hired to do that job. And that's the unfortunate part. I feel bad.
Yeah, it is really tragic. I mean, at the end of the day, it's them, you know.
Because if you were them, wouldn't you put all your trust? This is why you can't be mad at them. Because wouldn't you put all of your trust in the local or whatever officials are doing the investigation? And when they keep telling you we have so much, just wait until it comes out. And this is what you're seeing with the product of their effort for your loved ones and you. It's horrible. It's horrible. This is why we discuss this case, because this stuff still takes place. And you have to spread awareness to these as well, because again, this could be you. This is not truth and justice. Not one bit. We'll find out. That trial, it's going to happen. And I'm telling you right now, I will live in frickin' Washington State as long as that trial goes on. Because I'm telling you, I will have access to that courtroom. I'll get in there. I'll report from the courtroom. I ain't going to step on Judge's toes. But we also are going to have real talk. We're not going to sit there and rely. We're not going to sit there and rely on mainstream frickin' media, just like when you heard a couple days ago how Ashley Banfield has known this whole time that Koberger didn't stalk him or stalk them. Come on. Do you want to hear it from Banfield, or do you want to hear it from me? From us? I'm telling you right now, these things that I have planned coming up, I know it takes time. And that's why I appreciate y'all being here through the process of the organic future of how we progress in this quest that we're doing together. And I'm telling you, when that trial happens, I already know I'm going to have that van. And I'm already telling you right now, I will be covering this trial because we don't need to hear any more mainstream media bullshit when it comes to something this important, when it comes to the future, when it comes to the youngsters that are going to be coming across this case like we all did when we came across OJ's case. Youngsters, this is going to be another change in this future of truth and justice. And I'll be damned if we're going to sit there and listen to what the hell's going on this trial from reporters that work for mainstream media or mainstream media, period, because I will give you the 150% fucking truth, period. It's not happening. We're not going to listen to this shit. When we already knew a year ago that the mainstream media was on some bullshit. We already Banfield coming out a month ago talking about the lady that he hooked up security cameras for is mad that they're not listening to her. Well, duh, Banfield. They're trying to collect everything they could. And if it had something to do with Koberger, don't you think they would have tried to pile it on considering what they don't have to show already? You're going to hear the real. I am going to be covering the damn case, and I don't care how long it takes because I'll be kicking it in that van, baby. I'll be kicking it in that van, enjoying the nature and the scenery, and giving you guys the truth about what's going on in that courtroom. Next year. Next year. All right, here we go.
Instructed for over 25,000 students nationally and internationally. Over 15 years of experience in developing training outlines, objectives, and PowerPoint presentations Arizona peace officers and standard training board certified instructor. Extensive background in reference to providing instruction and training all disciplines enlisted. So all of my people out there that watch me that are law enforcement, go ahead and tell me what you guys think about oh wait. Right here. This training right here too. Instructor for all training courses, including ZX 40-hour advanced certification course, the only 40-hour certification course offered in the United States. So I know that I do have people that are in law enforcement that watch my channel. Here you go. This is what Ann Taylor is offering up and has come forward to corroborate this data. So, I mean, wow. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to the transparency. And then Susie comes with it. Is Cy single? The prosecution can't hand over the data because they bypass things to frame BK. You guys, when you actually work a case and you actually have the data in front of you and you have all these reports and you're building stuff and showing the order that they said that they did their investigation, and you have these reports and then you see in the report what date they said they did something, but then how long it took them to write up the report. So do I think that this guy did other phones than Brian's? Absolutely. Absolutely. But not, I think it would be, yeah, I mean.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I'm not on Twitter that much anymore. I do apologize. I know I stream over there. I'm really, with being on the road a lot, my notification, like seriously, every time I look down at my phone, there's like a billion notifications. So it might get lost over there on Twitter. I do apologize about that, Judge. I'll check it out here in a little bit. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I mean, wouldn't you want to give them the victims' phones? This is who I'd want to have the victims' phones, you know? But so it's for me to read that, okay, Brian was an avid, you know what she did, or whoever wrote this, they all talked about it. And the best part about it is this part right here. Mr. Kohlberger moved to Pullman, Washington in June of 2022. As an avid runner, when all of you guys thought that he went to that, I don't know, July pool party and he saw a complex tattoo, Megyn Kelly, I think it's just great. Of note, he explored Wawawi Park in July of 2022 when y'all were at that pool party. Brian's over here at the park. Thank you so much there. Woo woo. Shay and everybody else that just took a little nibble with Shay. Welcome memberships. Lindsay, thank you for breaking it down and bringing the light. Lana, always passionate and bringing reliable booms for justice. Absolutely, this is for justice. Dude, somebody killed 4 people, or multiple people killed 4 people. So anybody out there that just like, when you will like read this and you actually read what this person does and what they're going to be testifying to, and you just think like, oh, no big deal, or oh, it's just what? There was nothing on this man. Nothing except the sheath that they're saying was placed there. There's no blood in his car. There's nothing anywhere. But he just fits that incel? Okay. And I'm just a dumb jock. So, okay. Like, you're innocent until proven guilty. This is all the stuff that's going to come out. I'll be the first person to say like, oh, whoa, wait till you see this. Like, boom, boom. But right now we're saying physically that during the time of the murders, guys, this man is going to put Brian Kohlberger somewhere else. So what does people have to say about that? Well, then I'm going to say, how the fuck does his DNA get there? That's what I'm thinking. How in the world did his DNA get there? Now, doesn't it look a little planted? So, but for me is this beginning part when you're going to talk about, listen, we're going to give you some background here. This man has been doing this since he's got there. Okay. He doesn't know anybody. This is what he does. He's an avid runner and a hiker. He explored many areas of the Palouse. Of note, he explored that park in July of 2022. And this became a favorite location. After the school year begun, Mr. Kohlberger was busy with classes and work at WSU. And they said classes and work. What was work? What was he doing at WSU? What was his work? Are they talking about TAing? I don't know. I think that would be just part of your school. So it's very curious about this whole work. And his running and hiking decreased but did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. Okay. This is supported by data from Mr. Kohlberger's, from his phone, not his phones. Everyone's like, oh, Brian has multiple phones. So show me that he's had multiple phones. Brian Kohlberger's phones, showing him in the countryside late at night and or in the early morning on several occasions. The phone data includes numerous photographs taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky. Mr. Kohlberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, Idaho, never going that way. And so this guy, and it says partial corroboration. I'm very interested in that. Corroborator. Because this is why it's a partial. People are going to be like, oh, see, he can't account for all 7 minutes of that, murder time. No, the reason it's a partial, guys, is because of the next paragraph when Anne says, you ain't getting the rest of it until the state gives me my motherfucking shit I want. You heard? Okay, so I can't wait till somebody makes a video and they're like, see, Brian Kohlberger only has partial alibi for the time of the crime. No, he has an alibi for the whole time, but we're not going to give you the rest of it because you haven't given us what you were supposed to give us back when the discovery, I don't know, when you put your PCA together, you motherfuckers. So when it says partial, guys, it's because this is all you're getting right now. And it says, okay, we're going to give you then this when you give me what you're supposed to give me. Okay, what should have happened way before I would ever have to give an alibi. All right. So anybody that says anybody's guilty before they're proven guilty, I think that they should not live in the United States of America, because why would you think that? Like, well, I mean, there might be some obvious stuff like, oh, well, we dug up your kid in your yard. There's a body on your property. It's your kid. Then it's like the Daybell type situation. But stuff like this, how you could sit and look at this case and be like, there's all this overwhelming evidence. Dude, mainstream media got it wrong. Mainstream media went for some, I'm not even going to comment on the rest of that right now. They got it wrong with jumping on something like this. But again, a very, very, very decorated prosecution witness is going to be testifying on behalf of Brian Kohlberger with his phone, and what this man is capable of doing. And I thought Annie is going to have a field day when she sees the word jamming, the jamming device. But Mr. Kohlberger intends to offer testimony through this guy, and he is going, he's cell tower, cell phone, and other radio frequency. It's attached to show that Brian Kohlberger's mobile device that Payne is saying was, and he met up with his FBI buddy who corroborated this and all this crazy ass shit, but that I'm going to testify. This guy's going to testify and say that, well, Brian Koberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022. That Brian Koberger's mobile device did not travel east on Airport Road, Moscow Pullman Highway in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along that road, the Moscow Pullman Highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. Additional, this is why it's partial. Okay. This is the only reason that's partial. It's not because Mr. Koberger only has a partial alibi. It's like, no, additional information as to Mr. Koberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. So remember I told you guys those numbers like 214, and then she had like the 250, 255, 26, 7 to 8, all those numbers that I went over the other day. I said I'm very interested in that number 214 because that came in November. You guys know that's from the November. Okay, let me show you. If you don't, you give me dates, you give me numbers. Here I go. Right here. You guys see this? Number 10. November 8th, 2023. 214. Ready? Let me show you guys something. What was that date that he had never been hired before? November of 2023. Okay, let me show you why. November 8th, 2023, specifically item 214. Where is it? Cough it up. Come on. Cough it up. I believe that this is either going to be exculpatory or this is going to be, or that this doesn't exist and it wasn't preserved. November 8th, 2023. November of 2023 was the month that this guy was hired, if you ask me. Or, yeah, 2023, yep. But what do I know? I'm just a fucking YouTube junkie over here. Just getting my fix. Absolutely no evidence, no stalking, no nothing, right? Here we go. Let's see. I'm going to see people, what they have to say in chat here. No evidence, no stalking, no car in the area, no sense as to why he is still in jail. I think all that's going to come, you know? Yeah. A lot of people covering this. I'm just curious how they're covering it, but you're definitely going to get the facts right here. You're going to get it as is. Oh, thank you, Aussie. I appreciate that. That's very kind. So this is what is up on this is what the motion to compel discovery, they kept that, so that May date, which is truly right around the corner, all these items, and then the supplemental 15 that Ann Taylor put in, and that Bill Thompson came back and said, you do not get supplemental 15 requests because that is protected by IGG. And I went over that the other night, and I'm like, that's very interesting that Ann's asking about something that she would have already been denied. I was like, I highly doubt that. And now we get to the final thing that I will talk about. Yes, they can do it to whoever they want. Okay. And can you imagine, like I keep saying this, imagine if Richard Allen didn't get the attorneys he got. Okay. Imagine if Brian Koberger didn't get these attorneys. All right. Then who's fighting for this? Who's zealously representing their client? And I'm just so fucking sick and tired of, these lawyers not doing it, but more importantly, this malicious prosecution. This is malicious prosecution. That's all I see anymore. Either people want to cut deals with the devil, or Melissa's prosecution, because y'all are in Bill going out there, and I'd send my kid to the school. That's because of what I know. That should be used over and over and over, hopefully at that change of venue. Okay? Because that's ridiculous. What did you know, Bill, back then? Because the investigation at that time, there was no investigation. Just ridiculous. And I would agree with you with that, Jimmy. No one wins really, because we have murderers free, victims' families told to be quiet because lazy detectives who are worried more about something else. And I have no idea. I mean, I have no idea how the family's going to react to seeing this. Is it again just Anne with half truths? No, take Anne out of the goddamn equation if you don't like Ann Taylor. Okay, you got a guy that's out there that he's putting his whole career on the line to come and lie about where Brian Kohlberger is. No. And if you truly think that, then I'm going to start saying that you're a conspiracy theorist, man. What do you mean? I'd want to hear what that guy had to say, because I'd want to wring Payne's neck, because they were given all this fucking money to do this investigation the right way the first time. And maybe everybody got it right, that Moscow Police Department. I don't think it should have been in their hands. I think that it should have been taken out of their hands.
Yep, right away.
I don't think that Moscow Police Department should have been heading this.
Right away. When and I'm gonna pause it real quick. When Moscow PD shows up, and you heard Lanier say in one of his first interviews, you heard him say, as soon as we showed up, we knew that we couldn't handle the situation. That's when you just see how many people are outside. You ain't even walked in the door yet, bro. And you're driving up to the crime scene. You don't even know what's inside. And you see all the people standing outside, and you say to yourself, driving up, there's no way we're good. What do you mean? You have how many officers, and you say that they couldn't take 5 or 10 people in different groups and isolate them and start to have conversations?
No ways.
Come on.
No.
That's why they picked Payne. That's why Lanier didn't take over. That's why every press conference, when they were asked the question, how many people were outside when you were there, they still could never answer definitively exactly what number of how many people were there. What do you mean? How do you not know how many people were out there when you showed up? How does that even happen?
No, it's not possible.
And then you say that it's a possible unalived situation, and I'm going to say from the beginning, who in the hell that unalives people in the house and then unalives themselves is going to use that fashion to unalive themselves? It makes absolutely no sense. And when you show up to a crime scene and you're going, I think somebody in this household took out everybody and then took themselves out. What the hell are you? Where in the hell did you go to school? University of Phoenix Online? My Lord. Seriously. For real. You just show up on the other side of a camera and say, hey guys, and then you give them their money and that's all they care about. Seriously. It's a joke of a fucking university. There's so many of them out there because the University of Phoenix Online was one of the first ones to come out like that. And then all these little ones started popping up all over the place. They're scamming the people that deserve the help the most. They're using their situations against them for their own financial gain. Let's take people that don't have time to go to a classroom. Let's take single parents or parents that are trying to do whatever they can to succeed, and they don't have opportunities like some have, and you're going to use that situation against them so you can have a financial gain and give them a bogus piece of paper at the end of the day. Or, like most cases, most of the students are left with a humongous amount of debt with nothing to show for it because they realize it's a frickin' scam. It's horrible what they've done to to the future and the people that were trying to better themselves educationally, and how they got manipulated because they were already having a hurdle that was holding them up to be able to be like the other students that are able to go to universities. It's horrible. It's disgusting. And the fact that these organizations are working together, that's why I say, did they go to the University of Phoenix online? And I'm not saying anything bad to anybody that did take part in it, because if you did take part of it, you know exactly what I'm saying is the truth, because the information's out there. When our own government says we ain't collaborating with the University of Phoenix anymore for education purposes, that's a sign. When our own government says, yo, University of Phoenix, we can't do business together anymore because you're a scam. Hello, our own government people, and they're the ones that are paying $500 for a roll of toilet paper. They're already bamboozled when it comes to the cost of, and these are the same people that said, yo, this is a scam. But that $500 toilet paper roll ain't a scam. Hello? That's when they're saying, yeah, this is a scam of a scam. Horrible. These freaking organizations.
29 officers to do what? Why do you need 100? Why would you need 129 people to do this? So to me, we never stopped here at Truth and Transparency being, when people want to say, oh, hey, we got to go back to the drawing board. Who is it? People can keep saying it's Brian Kober. Brian Kober is innocent until proven guilty. I just think that when you truly look at all the pieces and all the missing pieces, and people can say, well, Lana, you don't have it all. Lana, you don't have it all. I never said that I have it all. When you look at all the public pieces without listening to the stupid shit that people want to say, and you actually just look and read the documents, okay, and you use logic, there's something wrong here. Just like there's something wrong in the Riley Strain case. And the common factor right now that I'm having an issue with is sororities, fraternities, and police officers. And just so y'all know, what was going on over there at WSU's campus is police officers were having sex with girls when they would pull them over. Go read the material. That area is, that area's got some issues, some corruption issues, or learn how to train your police officers. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. You got some issues, and you guys have been burying shit for a long time. For Moscow, Idaho to sit here and say that you guys don't have murders, well, because you're labeling everything as a fucking suicide. So I guess, yeah, you don't have murder, but you know what I mean? It's just a big circle jerk over there. So I'm curious to see what the parents are going to say. I'm curious to see what the parents are going to say about this. And that if you think that this guy is just going to blow smoke up a jury's ass, this guy seems pretty credible, but what he's credible in is very interesting material. The stuff that he, this is a complex case, right? Well, Ann Taylor went out and got a complex, man. Like, that CV, just, whoa. I just don't, and then anybody that's going to do a video any other way, then ooh. So then let's go back and talk about, yeah. And I'm telling you, one what's really helpful, though, for this case, it's been really helpful, is that they did put the Idaho, cases, interest cases, they put, a website, go ahead, there, right there, and then there's all these documents. And I think that's really helpful. I think that I think if anything, that's the one thing that Idaho's done really, really well. And I think that other places should do that. So maybe Idaho can be the trendsetter with that, to be able to go and view these documents. This is not something's supposed to be hidden. This is not supposed to be in secret. I truly think that Ann Taylor and her team worked very, very diligently to plan for a preliminary hearing that they never got. And so people want to say, why is Ann Taylor arguing this, that, and the other with this, a grand jury indictment and blah, blah, blah. Because Ann Taylor and the team, with whatever material they had at that time, was even enough to say, WTF. But when people want to say, like, why hasn't Ann Taylor already, push this for a dismissal or do this or do that? 6 months was wasted. So anybody wants to talk about why has this been such delay, blah, blah, blah. Bill Thompson agreed with Ann Taylor in the same room and said, yep, okay, there is a lot of material. Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll set a preliminary hearing for 6 months. So if you want to be pissed off, again, why this is taking so long, then you go back to the beginning and you look at, wait, why was there a preliminary hearing set for 6 months down the road? Okay, and why was Bryan Kohberger okay with that? Well, he was okay with that because his lawyers believed in his innocence, but it was so complex. Hey, we have to get through this stuff so that we can, show this at the preliminary hearing. Okay. Because Bryan Kohberger's like, I'm being framed. And maybe he said why. Maybe he, was giving some stuff more towards that. Obviously you're being framed if you didn't do this and someone's coming, okay, for you and all of this shit, right? How does your name even come up on it? And then your DNA, I mean, come on, why you type of thing. All right. Well, so you want to talk about why this is taking so long? Let's go back to the beginning. And there was a 6-month wait to have a preliminary hearing. And then at the last minute, a secret grand jury to then indict him. And then so he had rights, and they went ahead and they filed papers, filed documents and saying, X, Y, and Z to all that, because this is a death penalty case. I have to do my job, and my client's not a moron, and he knows things like, hey, wait, they can just do that? Well, then can't we file this? Can I read what was said about? Can I read what happened? What questions? Like, what happened to this grand jury? Why did they go grand jury? You guys agreed to it. Now they're going this way with it. So I hate when I see people say, why isn't Bryan Kohberger screaming from the top of his lungs, I'm innocent, I didn't do this? And why would he stand there and not say anything if he's innocent? There's a lot of different personalities in this world, okay? And I'm learning that more as I growing older, that how I handle something and how you would handle something and how somebody else would handle something, it's all going to be different. And it doesn't make it more right or less right, or it's just who we are as people. Some people take direction really well too. Bryan Kohberger was probably said not to say a word, and he hasn't said a word. Whereas to me, you're going to tell me to not say a word, and I may say, well, I'm not saying something. Then one day, I might say a little something, or, but
It's just looking like more and more.
Go look at the facts. Just let's talk about the facts.
Yeah. It's all about the facts.
The facts that we know of. So,
Riley does need justice.
But if I was the family and I'm friends and
I'm going to pause it real quick. If you're just listening, I know some people just listen to the audio of the show. I am going to be going to Nashville maybe tonight, but I'll be there for sure tomorrow. We're going to be seeking more questions in the day and the night tomorrow for you guys and for the family and the community too. I'm going to be meeting with some of the connects there. Some conversations will be on, some will be off. I'm going to be working with a team coming up here as well. I'll be working with a team tomorrow, but I'll also be working with more of a team coming up next week in Nashville. So we will be in Nashville more often. Doesn't mean I'm not going to go to Hendersonville, because some of these days next week I am going to split it up where I am in Hendersonville and in Nashville in the same day also, trying to cover more of each one of the cases. But I will be doing more work in Nashville next week. This weekend, we're going to be doing an all weekend search for Sebastian. I'll be starting early morning Saturday, early morning Sunday. We'll be going all day each day, trying to give more effort for Sebastian. And then probably take a break on Monday. And then probably Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I'll probably spend those 3 days in Nashville with a little bit of going to Hendersonville with a mixture for some of those days, at least one, probably two, is what I'm looking at. So that's what we got coming up for like the next week. Yeah, for like the next week. So I know some people are just listening to audio, so I've been posting it in the chat, but I also wanted to make sure I let you all know as well. This is some crazy stuff. It's like, the more it's the when it comes to everything that we've heard out there for this period of time, it's a year and a half now. And all the times that we've been bashed for talking about innocent until proven guilty, the nicknames that you would get labeled or branded for being about innocent until proven guilty, questioning things that don't make sense when it comes to this case, being a voice to those questions when it comes to this case. And the way that, all of us have been treated for having that approach. And it's just crazy because as time goes on, you continue to see we were asking the right questions for the last year and a half. We were curious about why these things didn't match up. Yes, I do have Facebook, Nana. First name is Eville, last name is CJ. And so when it comes to these questions, it's crazy. Now it's April of 2024. We're a year and a half from when the crime took place. We're a year and a half since we've been asking all these questions. And now, as time goes on, we are continuing to see that there was validity in those questions that we were asking. Because look at what, as time goes on, the truth comes out. And look at the truth that's coming out. You know damn well if you thought the prosecution was worried about the DNA experts that already were testifying at some of the court hearings, and you thought they were worried about them, wait until this guy's on the stand. You saw how they punked Bill Thompson. They used Bill Thompson's own video to punk his ass when it came to the last court hearings. They used his own press conference about telling everybody to share the information and to talk about it. When he was like, we shouldn't be sharing. Well, bro, you've been doing it. In these court hearings, you were sitting there talking about questions that they had in the questionnaire. So if you're sitting there saying, oh, for the people that never should have seen it. Well, dude, don't you think they may not have seen the PCA, but they're watching that court hearing, bro. You just done told everybody what the hell, And then they use Bill Thompson's own video telling everybody to promote it during the arrest of Kohberger to punk him. And you don't think this guy ain't gonna punk Bill Thompson? Ooh. I'm wondering if I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to call it right here, you guys. Bill Thompson is going to retire before this trial even takes place. And you know what he's going to use? He's going to use his health as an excuse. He's going to use his health as an excuse for a reason to retire from the case. I'm telling you right now, before the trial even starts, I bet you I'm going to call let me see. I'm going to call the month. The month is going to be November. Bill Thompson is going to retire and back away from this case and trial because of health reasons. I'm calling it right now.
with the victims and stuff, and if I'm following along in any of this, I'm looking around and I'm like, dude,
Watch.
if Brian Colbert didn't fucking do this, who the fuck did? Because I'm laying all among y'all that were.
He's going to use November because he's good. Listen to this, people. Watch. He's going to use November because he's going to use the tragedy and say, with all the stress from the case and the trial and the thought of the trial and all the court hearings, and then I get hit with the 2-year anniversary and my heart just can't take it no more. He's going to use November as part of the reason why his health is making it the reason why he can't continue and be in this trial. Watch. Because he ain't going to try and get punked, y'all. That's big man Bill Thompson walking around all over Moscow, Mr. King shit. He ain't gonna sit there and he's already got a couple combo punches in his face already from the defense. You think this dude is gonna sit there and be like, all right, you know what? Hey, I'm not gonna get the hellacious combo where I get knocked down and where it's a TKO. It ain't happening. He's like, I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna do everything I can. I'm gonna get past September. I'm gonna use the tragedy as a reason, so then people go, oh, Bill Thompson, that poor guy. And he ain't gonna have none of his shit blemished from this trial. Watch. Oh, I'm seeing it right now. Remember, April 18th, 2024. There's shit that I've called 6 months ago and it came right now. In November, watch. Just watch. It'll be November 18th. It's April 18th right now. Watch. It'll be November 18th when Bill Thompson comes out and says, I need to back away for health reasons. I apologize. Oh, Bill, we totally understand. We support you, Bill. Please. It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
I'm telling you, the Gonzalez's, especially Christy, she thought that this was somebody that they knew. And then it came to somebody that they didn't know. And it's just some creepy dude that was obsessed with them and wanted what they had. And okay.
Thank you, Caddy.
Yeah.
You know it, right? Watch.
Yeah, I'm telling you, those body cameras are going to come in very, very handy, I think, down the road. They do. That house was a revolving door. But there's 4 people that were murdered. And whoever did it, I want to help make sure they're caught. If it's 100. Brian, it's Brian. If it's not, it's not. But
Yep. Same
this
here.
right here.
This isn't, you don't
do
document
this. Right here and what this guy's about to go and testify to.
Yep.
If that doesn't give you a reason to pause.
Because it could be you.
Then
it could be your family
remember,
member.
People have to go to work every day and they're getting paid a salary to say certain stuff, and the stuff that they want to say, then people come back and say, you're not saying that. So, but
you don't do this to communities.
The university wanted this to go away.
They wanted
to go away real quick.
They are the victims. You don't do this.
There was an arrest before all the students came back. They just let the students leave and take classes via, remote, and therefore nobody would be seen if your hand was.
Yeah. So you just gave a free pass to the person that could have committed this crime. You gave him a free pass to go back home and never frickin' come back. How stupid are you? It wasn't even, it was a week away from Thanksgiving break. You didn't even get to Thanksgiving. Hey, everybody, you need to stay here. We're going to shut down classes for a week. You need to stay here. We need to talk to everybody before you go home. No, they sent people before Thanksgiving break started. Where in the hell did they get their schooling from? Because I didn't even take those classes and I know better. It's called common sense. I know mama said when I was a kid, son, you can't buy common sense at the corner store. I get it. But damn, can we as a society in 2022, 2023, 2024 have more common sense than this? Let's send everybody home. What kind of investigative process is that when you send possible suspects a free ride to get the hell out of there and never come back? Hell, the dude that went to Moscow PD and a local newspaper told them that about this whole BK talked to him about DNA ancestry, and guess what he did? He fled the motherfucking country after he fucking made those statements. Hello? He got to flee the country. The real neighbor that was 1,200 steps, not Mr. Grower. The real neighbor that was 1,200 footsteps away was the guy that came out with the tip about Herb Koberger talking about the DNA, wondering about his ancestry. That's the dude that fled the frickin' country. And you let him leave the country before you even arrested Koberger? It's a maybe one day I need to have my own investigative team agency in that office that I'm talking about in the distant future. And we go out and do this shit the right way. You know what I mean? If I need to go to school to get some kind of degree or something, to do some kind of investigative shit, to be like actually taken seriously, I will do it because this is bullshit, man.
Yeah.
My Lord. Whatever classes I need to take, let me know. Jeez, this is crazy. If we need to fucking step up, just like MSM, if we need to step up and do the right damn thing, then do. You know what? Then screw it. It starts somewhere, and if it needs to start here, then that's just what's going to have to happen. This is horrible. Let me know, people. Reach out to me. If whatever classes I need to take, something. If I got to get a damn degree, I'm doing it. This is ridiculous. Criminology. It's more than that. Let me know. I'm gonna do it. I'll do it. Screw it.
Was busted up or
Screw it.
your face or something. So let's, hold on, I'm gonna slow down chat. I mean, I can't even click on your guys's comments fast enough to be like, yo, what's up? So if you're a member, you get to bypass the 60 seconds, but I'm just trying to be able to read your guys' stuff. Yeah, 100%. The university was way too involved from the jump. I agree.
They sent out teams right away. The university, and I'm going to share this link again, and I'll do the contribution call out. Thank you, Tara. Look, I'm going to share this link again. This is when I read the university crisis handbook from President Green. and I do the read through of that chapter. And when you hear that they had teams from the university going out to the frats and the sororities before MPD even showed up, it's like, yo, check it out. It's
Yeah,
crazy.
they were completely involved from the beginning. Like,
Yeah, they wanted to control the narrative. Because I guarantee you, when this crime took place, there was a conference call with President Green. President Green was on a conference call, and everybody else that normally met in that boardroom was on a conference call and said, you know what? This is what we need to do. There is people, you all think, and this is why I say, when it came out with the timeline of when I'm saying people are going to change positions or retire, everything's come out legit. And this is what I'm saying. I said this way back when I called Dollinger being the new captain or the new chief, when they were going to tear down the house. All of these different things that I've called out. I'm telling you right now, back then I called out President Green. He ain't the dude at the top of the totem pole. The people that are at the top of the totem pole are the ones that were in the conference call with President Green when this crime took place. They're the ones that are controlling President Green. Everybody thinks that President Green is the guy with the power. I'm telling you right now, after Bill Thompson retires, I already said way back then President Green was going to be the last one to retire, because that's how this shit works. Because the dudes on the conference call are the ones that control everything down to the very bottom. And I'm talking the fraternities and the sororities. And what they're doing is they're slowly, as time goes on, they're starting to knock off the smaller pieces, then the pieces a little bit bigger than that, then the pieces a little bit bigger than that, then the pieces that are bigger, the bigger, and then it gets to them, and then they move on. They get rid of every single person that has any kind of invested interest in the process of all of this happening, because the longer they are associated, the more the truth can come out. Why do you think the people that got all these awards from when the crime took place that were working at the university are now moved on to bigger positions at other universities? Everybody is going to be dispersed. And the people on that conference call are going to find new people to then continue what they want to control. But the thing is it's a different time now. There's more information available, and you have people like all of us in this community that ain't about the BS. And so we're going to talk about this stuff. We're going to look for people. We're going to do the right thing, no matter how many people want to try and make you not. Because it's different now. This shit has been going on for too damn long. And we don't have to listen to MSM anymore. We don't have to listen to the force-fed shit like Bill Thompson wants to call it. We don't have to listen to the force-fed information from Banfield and all these other places. Vinny, we don't have to. We can have it right here, the damn truth, nothing but, because that's what we deserve. We don't deserve to be told one thing and have to think that that's what it is. No, we deserve to know what the reality of the situation is, no matter what situation it is, whether it's world events, friendship, lover, work, it doesn't matter. We deserve to know the reality. And that's what this is about. I wanna say thank you to Truth and Transparency for going through these. Um, we'll be going through these documents, at some point here. We'll have another show. There's some other things that I wanna get into as well for this show. And I apologize for some time that the stream's going in and out. I don't know what's going on with all this technological shit, but it's like, damn, we're just trying to hang out and have a good time and have a show. Even technical shit. It's like the people that were, stalking me yesterday. Even the technical shit is like lurking around, you know? Come on. We're just trying to have a show.
I'm sorry.
Metal detector hunting. I should actually look to get a metal detector, honestly. I need to. I need to look up a metal detector because I should have one. I should have one. That's a good idea. Thank you. All right. Oh, look at LR making a comment. Shout out LR. All right. There's just a little bit more left of this, and then we'll get on to some more stuff. Thank you all for hanging out. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the freeway. And if you're not subscribed to True Crime Overtime with Rosie, I'll be dropping her link again. Special guest today. Thank you for hanging out with us today, Rosie.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. And we're going to continue to listen to this. Shout out Truth and Transparency. Love you, girl.
Tommy says, I want justice for the families of the kids. If it were one of my kids, somebody would tell me, I promise. Oh, I get what you're saying about that. I love when the mods just love each other in here. Again, those of you guys that are just joining, the alibi is in. The most important thing about the alibi is who's going to be testifying on Brian Kohlberger's behalf. And this is somebody, all case work prior to 11/2023. That's a way of saying this case is my first case that I've ever taken on, was as prosecution witness. Do you guys understand that? How many cases this man has done? Advised peer review on over 2,000 criminal investigations, 10 years of expert witness for 10 years. And just up until, look at that, November 2023. Look at that date, November 8th, 2023. I'm telling you, supplemental request 214. Sign me. This is crazy. What this guy, I think what he's going to be, you want to talk about somebody on the stand and it's going to be a silent room, for me at least, when this man testifies, because I want to know all about this phone shit. I want to know all about the latest, greatest ways that, how did we ever capture Bin Laden? How did we ever do anything that we're doing with like intelligence? This guy's going to bring it, man. Holy shit. So what's his alibi? Well, I don't know. SBI would go out there and ask somebody else. His alibi is a phone expert. He was chilling with him, smoking some weed over there at Floyd's cannabis place. Yeah, they just got high as kites and drove around. And the backseat Bill met him up and they started just strumming a guitar. It was just a wild night. Again, thumbs it up, thumbs it down. You're gonna have an opinion, make it known. But this CV is just off the chain. Right here. Recruiting, managing, directing confidential informants. I mean, everything that this case has been talking about, this guy is a pro in. Okay. Cell phone analysis, both technical and, this is complex case. This is complex.
Very, very, very complex.
assigned to DEA task force in reference to investigating involving the Mexican drug cartel. You guys been talking about that all, but how long? Successfully dismantling the operation. Assigned to DEA.
Remember, there was agents out there already before the crime took place. Hello, hello, hello. Remember, we were talking about people even a year ago that were in trouble for a very long period of time coming up, and all of a sudden, poof, everything just disappeared. Remember? Oh, yeah.
We remember.
Hello.
Hello.
Yep. We need to have an episode about them again in the future. I know I've been saying it for months, but man, we're just so busy. But really, we do need to have an episode on them coming up because really, they've always been suspicious to me. And you know who I'm talking about. I'm just not saying names. That's all.
We do.
DEA task force in reference to investigation of criminal syndicates, outlaw motorcycle gangs, man. But the investigation resulted in the largest seize of precursor chemicals used to produce methamphetamine. So this is, I just got here. That's why I asked. Oh, well, it was my way of busting balls. So if I bust balls with you, that means I like you. Come on now. 1,500 in chat. Well done at Truth and Transparency. Yep. It's just a total conspiracy theory over here, though. You guys, this is going to be insane. I was there. I'm telling you, that house is, you can hear everything. There is no way that door was left open, that slider, and people are not getting stabbed to death, 4 people, and no one's screaming at some point. And then to hear, I think I would lay off on wearing any shirts that, are gonna, so let me go to this. So just one more time to show you guys the map. Here you go. This specialist is going to show you that Brian Kohlberger, they want to say Brian over here at his Steptoe apartment came and traveled this way towards Moscow that night. Okay. But the way that he did it is he came and he's right here on Airport Road down through here. And that his vehicle, because remember I've said this, how are you going to be able to say that this car over here in a different state, okay, this is your Idaho, Washington line. And if
you're looking at it from the north looking south, so it's kind of flipped around. And that Airport Road, that's the path that I talked about last November when I said if somebody's going to commit, if the person lived at Steptoe Apartments and they were going to commit this crime, they would have went down Airport Road. They wouldn't have went down in the middle of Pullman, swinging around on the main interstate and then drive to the house. No, they're going to leave, go a couple blocks to the north, hit that Airport Road. There's barely any surveillance on it. They're going to come to the road where I showed you guys earlier, where Floyd's Cannabis is at. That's where you get on. You get on for a small section of 270, and then you turn right. As soon as you can go right, you go left. The Kibbe Dome will be on your left, and you take that road, and it takes you right to 1122 with just in minutes. You don't go all inside of Moscow. You don't go all inside of Pullman. You take Airport Road, just a small snippet of the interstate, and then you're literally hanging a right after Walmart, and then you're going by the Kibbe Dome, and you're at the freaking house. It's the whole path just never made sense. Is the same car from over here, and however many minutes had passed by, which was more than if you were to actually drive it. But that this camera at Floyd's Cannabis, all right, caught this car. And what this guy's going to be testifying to is that there is no way that that's possible because Brian Kohlberger was over here. And he never went past Pullman to be going. He was never west over here. He was never west of Moscow. So like the way they want to say that, then he came out here is in Blaine, Genesee's going like this.
okay, doing this stuff.
Nope.
No. I believe that the testimony is going to be that he was here, out on this way, comes back, Colton Johnson home like this. That's what I believe. After I've done my work. I will die though if he messes up Union Center Payne with Uniontown.
Right.
And so just
see what I'm saying? The different, I mean, in that you can look at the street names, and he's even got the street names wrong on the PCA. The street names, the cities, there's so many mistakes in this PCA. It's ridiculous. It was a pain in the ass for me to try and get this route when I went and drove it. Pain in the ass. Let me see here. I'm gonna show you guys something. So when it comes to this area, okay, so here is Pullman and here is that park, right? There's Moscow. Let me see if it's showing it. There's Moscow, there's Pullman. Now, he supposedly went this way. Okay? Whoops. Supposedly went in this area. According to their PCA. A lot of it, they have, quote, camera footage. Well, if you had so much camera footage, well, then why didn't you say it was a 2015 Hyundai Elantra? Why were you saying the 2 years, 3 years that it was not? This park is over here to the side. It has nothing to do within this zone. This zone, mostly if you read the PCA, is based off of video footage. Doesn't exist. You can make it and manipulate it as much as you want. We've been watching master manipulators in Sebastian's case, and you see the master manipulation here. Time always exposes the truth. And we're seeing it right here. And I wanted to give you like an actual north-south view of it.
Thank you. That does.
Right.
Yeah.
Really
Oh, hold on. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. I was just saying it really helped to see that. Like in my head, it helped.
Yeah, because, the north and south, but yeah, this is the zone, and really, that park is right there. Like, it has nothing to do with that zone.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch this trial. I'm telling you right now, this trial is going to be huge, and I can't wait to cover this trial.
Yeah.
I can't wait. And I know if this dude is not guilty, because they've already said he has a tablet. He's sucked into his own case on YouTube. So even though, because you won't know, he can't even subscribe, he can't even make an account. But he can watch these shows. And he's watching these shows and has been ever since he was put in custody. It's already been stated. So you already know he knows who's been talking and who ain't been talking, who's been about innocent until proven guilty, and who is wearing those tinfoil hats they like to promote when it's looking at it with blinders on, because that's what it is when it's not about innocent until proven guilty. Blinders. He's watching, and whenever it came to this show, it's always been about innocent until proven guilty. And that's why I always said, if this, because you look at the evidence, you look at how it's being presented, there's questions all over the place. So if this person could be guilty or innocent, at least he can. At least I'm not going to be a creator that's scrambling to delete a whole bunch of videos because of
Yeah,
defamation, right?
exactly. I feel the same.
Yeah, I don't have to go delete a bunch of videos about Koberger because I was saying he was guilty beyond a reasonable doubt before it even took place. So all them people can have fun. I'll be working on real content, you know?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
To the fact that you're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong. And I just believe that this guy, I would use him for, look at all the stuff that he knows. This is a complex case. Like, take a look at this. I don't believe that he was by himself. So when anyone's like Bethany was driving with him, that's not true. Bethany was driving. No. Please don't write stuff like that. Stupid shit in chat. He was driving by himself. But here you have Payne, who's so proud of his map that says, you have Blaker saying that he went straight home and therefore we have to get into his apartment because it's going to be a haven of, all this crap. But then you have Payne, and his affidavit says he left there and he went driving this way. Wait, like this. And that's Payne, who has no experience at all with anything, but he consulted with, do you understand that nobody would put their name to this? Nobody was going to put their name to this. Then Payne. So here's Payne. He's like, okay, I'm going to put my name to it. I'll do it.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Payne has Chihuahua juice inside his veins. He does.
He does.
He does. Payne has Chihuahua juice. And they said, hey, yo, yeah, go ahead, buddy. Go. Perfect. We're not going to sit there and tell somebody that wants to be a scapegoat no. We're going to go ahead and, we're going to use you as a scapegoat, buddy. Scapegoat. Free pass. That's what they like. Because he knows what's going to happen. See, this is what he saw. They see everybody ranking up, right? I mean, you even heard Rosendahl say, yeah, if you want to rank up quick, you just come to Moscow. So Brett Payne's like, yeah, I want to rank up too. And guess what? His dumbass didn't see the pothole in front of him, and he just dove right in. Because anybody could see that you ain't ranking up off this investigation. You're going to get exposed. And they saw it coming before he even saw it coming. Payne don't play chess. He just plays checkers, and you see it. And wait until you see the trial. Who's going to be the one that gets the most torn up in trial? Payne.
Yeah.
Payne is going to get ripped to shreds. He is going to become as credible as Kato Kalin in the O.J. Simpson case. Brett Payne will be the new Kato. It's horrible. Frickin'. There's going to be so many. We got to get back to these OJ 25 members only. I apologize. We've just been so busy. But man, when we sit there and we go through those episodes and you put the different players in this case into those positions and you see what it's gonna be like, whoa. It's gonna be like, whoa. You're gonna see this stuff in action. If I don't think they'll allow the streaming at some points, and you have to not say stuff. But I'm telling you right now, we're gonna have conversations every night after coverage of the trial.
Yeah, no, that's gonna be. It'll probably be like the entire night. Imagine everything to speak about after the trial.
It's what it's going to be. It's going to be day shows at the courthouse, and it's going to be night shows at the van. We're gonna have both of them every day, and then I'll take weekends to go explore and actually and explore nature and stuff. But yeah, that's the plans. It's gonna happen next. They're probably gonna. I feel like a year from now is when we're gonna be hitting the trial, and that's plenty of time for me to have everything prepared to be there for the long haul to cover this trial, however long, even if it takes 7 months, like it did for OJ. Even if it takes 7 months, I'll be there 7 months to make sure every day is covered. Every day will be talked about.
And so Payne puts his name to saying that, all right, this way, drove out, drove here. He was pinging on these towers, comes around, Uniontown. Then he's over here in Johnson. Remember, he writes down the wrong one. He writes West, or he writes Washington, and he's fucking everything up left and right. And then here, and then he comes in straight, and he talks about airport route.
It's so confusing.
That's their way, because it is where he is when his phone does ping at 4:48, and they're putting his ping over here. Okay, they're literally putting his ping between like right outside of Blaine.
Yep.
At 4:48. So I cannot wait to see this showdown. Look at this.
They're going to tear him up
in here.
They're going to tear him up.
Okay. This guy is going to testify that Bryan Kohberger came out of Pullman and never was like this way. Anything over on this side of town.
And I got to say, you guys already know when I talk about that Chihuahua juice, guess what's going to happen when the trial takes place and he's getting torn to shreds. That Chihuahua juice is going to be a spectacular event, you guys. That Chihuahua juice is going to come oozing out of the pores where his hair's coming out. It's going to be wild, you guys. He's going to get torn to shreds so much that he ain't going to be able to contain it. He ain't going to be able to get out of it because he's one of the main players. And oh my gosh, he is going to have that Chihuahua juice on full effect live in the courtroom. You know, it is going to be a showdown.
Yeah, and you see that the resume that he's up against, and he's the face of the PCA.
Oh my gosh, who sings that song about a showdown? Everybody, like, oh my gosh, it's like a older soul song, and it. Oh my gosh, what's that song? Let me know. Type it in chat. I'm having a brain fart. Oh my gosh, you guys don't know what I'm talking about. I gotta look it up.
Over here, he was never.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. It's an older song from like the 70s or something. Type it in chat if you know, please. It's gonna drive me crazy.
Over there. Okay. His travels were this way. So how does somebody mistake that? Well, give it to a 2-year guy. Like, so that's just I'm trying to do my best at explaining what this guy is saying, and it's like, move that, and here it is. This is over here in purple. This is this park, okay? But Bryan Kohberger never went any way towards Moscow that night. Everything that he did was out over here. And Payne has him traveling here, then riding around the house a bunch of times, right? And then with his phone off. And then over here, driving like, hitting these towers. And then you have Nancy Grace that wants to put a damn search squad over here for the knife because she said that that's what Bryan Kohberger was doing. He was pitching the knife.
Right? The search squads. Come on now. Come on now. You let them walk away and go home free.
Can I just say I fucking love it here? Absolutely, you can say that. Hell yeah. In fact, let's just crack open some beers. We need a beer for tonight, but I just appreciate people that use their brains, and for me, to hell with whatever alibi. You're going to have this guy testifying to that? Holy shit. Let me just put it to you this way. If Santa had this person testifying on his behalf to Payne's work, I'd be saying, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Like, that's some good ass shit. Yeah. You know. But now does this kind of make a little sense why this, I don't know, this community of people that have gone ridiculously ham lately with mainstream and this whole stalking thing. And, you know, I think people need to, that's what I think needs to start happening. I think people need to, I don't want any emails. Don't send them here. Because I'm all about this data here. And this data, woo-wee. And it's like, give me what we've been requesting. Otherwise, we have an issue here. And that issue is, God, she just, they were hunting down and found Floyd's cannabis and saying that that's Brian Koberger's car. But here it is. Additional information as to Mr. Koberger's whereabouts as the early morning hours progressed, including additional analysis by Mr. Ray, will be provided once the state provides discovery requested and now subject to an upcoming motion to compel. If not disclosed, Mr. Ray's testimony will also reveal that critical exculpatory evidence further corroborating Mr. Koberger's alibi was either not preserved or is being withheld. That means this Ray guy said, and there's more information. There has to be. They had to have done this. They here's the search warrant for it. That means they would have gotten this back, this back, this back. So let's go back to the search warrants. That's where I'm going. I want to go back and look at the historical, look at what they went and obtained. Okay. For Brian Koberger for all these phones. And search warrants is only good. Like, then you amend it and you're going to like refile another one. But you got to be careful, right? Because you can't get, if you don't go and get, if you hold back, then it could come out in court. Like, why didn't you go and get this data was available? And that's what Ann Taylor is basically saying. Santa, if you're going to get up there and say that this doesn't exist, then this guy is going to tell you otherwise, is what she's saying. I'm so sick and tired of hearing Santa say, I don't know, Miss Taylor just thinks that this stuff exists and it just doesn't. And it's like, okay, that sounds great. But let's tell the world why it doesn't exist. And it's because your fucking team, because you are an extension of your cops, they didn't preserve it when they went and applied for that search warrant and the returns of it. So that's why Ann Taylor wanted every single search warrant, every single application for the search warrants. And now here it's coming back that I'm telling you what this guy is about to testify to is that there is data missing. And if this data is missing, you're either purposely hiding it or you didn't go and preserve it, which you didn't preserve it because it was exculpatory to my client. And you knew that because you were framing him from jump. So I think fireworks are coming I think it's May 4th or May 5th or 6th or something like that. But when I start making some moves, if I'm a parent, because you understand there's a gag order. So it's not like any of the parents could call up and say, Bill, what the fuck? And Bill can be like, oh my God, Steve, I'm just so sorry. Or, oh my God, Mr. Chapin. Or the Canoodles or the Mo. It's just what he can't say anything, right? But do I think that that's happening? I have no idea what's happening. I think a lot of lying has been happening. That's what I think. I think a lot of I don't know why everybody needs it to be Brian Kohlberger so bad, but it's seeing more and more like for multiple reasons they need it to be Brian Kohlberger. So there's, you know, it's like, hey, the only reason I lied to the cops, I didn't have anything to do with that murder, but dude, I was selling drugs. I can't say that I was over there and doing this. And so everybody has their reasonings as to why they may have lied or why stuff can't come out. And 99.9% of those people have nothing to do with the murders, but there was something else that they're like, I can't say this. So then I'm lying, you know, about it, but it has nothing. I didn't lie because of that. I didn't lie because I committed murder. So that's what I think a lot of things are going on right now. And then obviously somebody is lying about murder, but that happens like in a lot of cases. So is Dr. Latina in here? I'm a mess. Finally. Oh my God. Best live yet. Ghost Horse. What a name. Member for 13 months. How's the baby doing? Love it here. Keep up the great work, Lana. Member for 12 months. It's been a year. Casey, that's awesome. And see?
All right. We're going to go ahead and switch to man, we're definitely going to have to go into these documents. So here's the link if you want to access them yourself. And I'm also going to drop the link for the documents as well. So here's the link for this. All you have to do is scroll down for where it says Kohlberger. There's a lot of them, trust me. Da 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 da. And then here is the link for this as well. And I will be probably doing a show on them in about a week or so, going through these documents when we have more time. Are you going to be doing, what do you have coming up, Rosie? Do you have some things coming up over there on your show? And I'm going to share your link. If you're not subbed to True Crime Overtime with Rosie, please go sub up over there as well.
I have a couple of local cases from here that I am working on, but I do want to restart my Idaho 4 coverage as well. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if you plan on going through them or something, that'd be kind of neat, and we could always just play that or something sometime, you know?
Yeah, sure.
And thank
I've
you,
been
Busby. No, go ahead.
No, I just said I've been meaning to, so that would be good.
Yeah, and thank you for all the work that you do over here too. I really appreciate it. And whoa, now there's a channel called Busby Family. I was trying to share Busby Adventures. He'll be helping us out with the Power Team search coming up this weekend. For Sebastian, all weekend we'll be doing the search there. And thank you as well. Definitely go sub to him also. There's a couple more things I want to go through with the Idaho 4 case. Now, when it comes to tonight, after we're done, I'm going to be talking to some more of the contacts from Nashville. I'm not sure if I'm going to go tonight, if I'm going to leave in the middle of the night, if I'm going to leave in the morning. It's going to be one of those times where I'm heading to Nashville. Just need to talk. It might even be easier for us instead of meeting with the weather that's coming in tonight, because I heard there's some weather coming in. I don't know. I have to double check it. It might be easier for us to just discuss things tonight. So I'm probably not going to be doing a show because I'm still going to be having some conversations and meetings and such. But if I do end up having some free time tonight, I will end up hopping on for a little bit and we can discuss Sebastian and Riley a little bit this evening, but I probably won't. I say it's about a 75-25 right now that I'm not going to have a show. So we will be live in Nashville all day tomorrow during the daytime and the evening. I will be starting the search our search very early Saturday morning because I'm going to be heading straight from Nashville right to Hendersonville, ready to start searching and start the whole weekend. I wanted to share a couple things here. Now, this is Court TV talking about I was stargazing. So I thought we would check this out. There's also a Law and Crime episode talking about the DNA as well. Also, an episode from Jay for Justice. Shout out to her. The real reason why Brian Koberger visited Hawaii County Park, if I can get that right. And then, excuse me. And then I'm going to play, just so everybody's aware, a weather update for y'all guys to check out because this weather has been crazy here recently, even today. And we have more things that are coming. So I'm going to share that link so everybody is aware for that also. So this one is from Court TV talking about the alibi here. One second.
We begin in Idaho with the case against accused killer Brian Koberger.
I'm confused because if the defendant's alibi is that he was out driving around that night, I'm not sure what additional information his cell data could add to an actual alibi defense. It seems like what the defense is asking for, and they're being completely upfront about it, and I appreciate that. But what they're asking to do is essentially double check all the discovery before disclosing their alibi. And that's not what the purpose of an alibi deadline is. In fact, it's quite the opposite.
Now we have some more insight, my friends, into where Koberger claims he was the night of the murders, as his defense team has filed their notice of alibi late last night, claiming that, quote, Mr. Koberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022.
Right. And Rosie and I covered this about a little over a week ago, where we covered both of the court hearings. It was a long stream. I think it was like 8 hours or something like that. But we covered both of the court hearings. So if you do want to watch that, we did do an episode if you guys want to check that out in the free time. Well, this PCA is just horrible. Mr. Koberger intends to offer testimony of Cy Ray, CSLI expert, cell tower, cell phone, another radio frequency, circular vitae is attached to show that he was not even in the area. Isn't that crazy?
They go on to claim that cell phone data will show that Brian Koberger's mobile device was south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho on November 13th, 2022, and did not travel east in the early morning hours of November 13th, and thus could not be the vehicle captured on video along the Moscow-Pullman highway near Floyd's cannabis shop. And perhaps the most important thing about this, they say he was out gazing at the stars. That's right. They say he was stargazing, that he likes to go look at the moon and the stars at night. And that's what he...
I hope, because I like stargazing too, Rosie, and I hope that is that why all this shit's coming yesterday. What is that? What it is? Is all this harassment from searching for Sebastian? It must be coming from the stargazing that I do. Man, that sucks because it is beautiful to see. But damn, stargazing really makes you commit crimes. I didn't know
he happened to be doing the night that these 4 homicides were committed. What do you think about that, my friends?
Oh my gosh.
2 great guests I want to bring in right now to talk about this. They are practicing criminal defense attorneys. We have with us criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor Michael J. Brown, and also with us criminal defense attorney and professor Dante Miller.
What will the alibi fly at trial? Yeah, if there's an expert that can prove that Koberger wasn't there, yeah, it can fly. It can actually shoot off. That's what it's going to do more than fly. It's going to take off. Stargazing, my friends. Oh, no. Man, I don't even. You know what? I don't even want to look up at the sky anymore, Rosie. I'm gonna feel like if I'm
Guilty
out there
bunny.
at night. Yeah, like if I'm out there at night and I'm in the wilderness and because it's like when you go to look up at the solar eclipse, you start. Oh shit! I'm not supposed to look. It's going to be the same thing. I'm going to be out there exploring nature and I'm going to go to look at, oh shit, I better not look up there.
Get yourself in
Man,
trouble. Yeah.
I know. Don't look at any stars, people. It's not good
Don't
for
do
you.
it.
It's great to have you both
Oh.
on the program this morning. Oh boy, what do we think the jury will think of this alibi? Dante Mills, would you start us off, please?
Good morning, Julie, Michael. It's interesting that they're coming forward with this alibi information. The concern is, if you're a defendant, right, you're entitled, you're innocent until proven guilty. You're entitled to a defense. If you're a defendant that's saying you're falsely accused, you can't plan where you were going to be when a crime happened that you're saying you didn't commit. So it does sound a little bizarre that they're saying, oh, he was out stargazing, but what if he actually was? What if that's something he actually does? And this cell phone data can prove that he never entered into the neighborhood where these kills happened. We have the obligation. If we were jurors on this case, we have to be open-minded. We have to be fair and listen to the evidence. And I think if they can show that through cell phone data, then we have to say maybe he's not guilty, maybe he wasn't there, because if there was cell phone data presented by the prosecution that placed him on that scene, we would absolutely use that to say that he was there. So we have to be open-minded at this point and see how all of this plays out.
Sure.
And she didn't like him saying that. Look at the guy on the left side. He's sitting there with that cocky one dimple smirk. The one dimple smirk. Yeah, right? He's like, oh, okay. I'm gonna. He's like, all right, lady, I'm gonna save you. I'm gonna come in. Watch. He's gonna come in there and say a whole bunch of shit. This guy actually read the court document. She just got done reading the qualifications of this individual and how they're gonna prove that Kohberger wasn't there when the crime took place. Like, you just got done reading the document in the beginning of the video. At least this guy on our right side read the document. Let's see what let's see what One Dimple says.
Professor, thank you for that. You said something I want to continue with. You said this may be something that he does,
There you go.
right?
Now you got-
You all know it as habit evidence, right? In the courtroom, for our wonderful courties at home, this is something that the rules of evidence provide for. If it can be really specific and really particularized, it can potentially come in certain cases. So here, let's take a look at some more of what they said. They're saying here that he has this habit of late night drives. As an avid runner, hiker, he explored many areas after the school year began. Mr. Kohberger was busy with classes and working at Washington State. His running and hiking decreased, but he did not stop. Instead, his nighttime drives increased. And this is supported by the data. This is what Dante was just saying, from his phone, showing him in the countryside late at night or early in the morning on several occasions. Michael J. Brown, I'm wondering if this defense team is going to try to squeeze it in as habit evidence, even though, as you know, habit evidence has to be like, my mother, for instance, habit evidence, going to church every morning of the week, habit evidence, like same time, you're going to find her at the mass, that kind of thing. That's where she will be. Your thoughts on this, Michael, please.
Yeah, I think, good morning, Julie. Good morning, Professor. I think it's more about the alibi as opposed to habit. Habit, as you know, has to be habitual. It has to be every single day or so consistent. The alibi issue is really important because I think what the prosecution is going to try to show is they're crafting the alibi to the evidence that the prosecution has. And that's why they're objecting to giving up the cell phone data before they actually file this alibi notice. And alibi notices generally have to be filed promptly. And you have to describe not only the witnesses, but also the location where you allegedly were. But remember now, the arrest was 7 weeks after the alleged incident. And that's important because if I asked you, Julie, or if I asked the professor, where were you 3 days ago, you'd probably have a difficult time recollecting the specifics. Now you're trying to recollect and backtrack 7 weeks prior. So in the defense of Kohberger, it's tough to develop that. And once they get that evidence and data, it may jar his memory and support where he thinks he was.
Yeah, great points, Michael. Thank you for that. You and Dante are good. I've said it many times on this show. I've said it privately. If I ever, God forbid, get charged with a crime, I'm calling you two up. So let me bounce off of you. One of the things that I think is most damaging for Bryan Kohberger, that he turns off the cell phone during the time that officials say those homicides were committed. So take a look. His phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. Police believe those beautiful young children were killed 4 a.m. 4:25 a.m. is the window they've been able to narrow down, presumably through autopsies and other evidence. Kohberger turns his phone back on at 4:48 a.m. And his defense team makes a point in saying in this alibi defense that he is out stargazing that night. He's looking at the stars, and he's even got pictures of the stars on his cell phone. So why does he need to turn off?
Why? I'm just trying. Rosie, why is she so excited?
I don't know. She has a lot of energy.
My Lord, can I have your coffee? I want your coffee. Like, where is all this excitement coming from? I don't understand. It's not the glasses. We have the same glasses. It's not the glasses. What is it?
Oh, yeah, you do.
It's got to be the coffee.
It's the coffee.
It's got to be.
Off the cell phone if he can't take pictures if it's off.
Damn.
Dante, let me go back to you on this, my friend.
I feel like
this work here.
I don't know. It's weird. We're watching a video, but I feel like my personal bubble is being invaded with all of this like energy. My
Exciting
personal.
stuff.
Man, I feel like I need to brush my hoodie off. What the
Criminal
hell?
defense attorneys this morning. Listen, when you're out, your phone can die. I mean, it has to be the easy response, right? Very easy. He was out for an extended amount of time, taking pictures, using his phone to view the stars and things like that, and his phone just died. I think that's the easy explanation. I'm sure the explanation that they will use. But again, it's ideal if your alibi is somewhere where there's tons of people. You can get affidavits from people saying this is where he was, but he can't choose the time that a crime happened. So if he's alone, you have to use what you have. If his cell phone dies, clearly that's an issue because during the time of the murder, there's going to be this blackout on his location. But again, if he's never pinged in that area, if he's pinged in other areas, then you can just say he wouldn't have had time to make it back over here or, use those kind of things. But it's going to be an issue that period is blacked out when the murders may have or supposedly happened.
Certainly problematic, no doubt. Great conversation. We're going to leave it there for now, but of course, we're going to be diving more.
All right, here's the latest law and crime here. My gosh, the music it's crazy loud for me. I don't know about you.
Welcome to Law and Crime Network. I'm Michelle Yu. Thanks for joining us. We have a lot to cover today, but we're going to begin with the Idaho college student murders case involving defendant Bryan Kohberger. A new defense filing revealed deeper insight into the alibi of the quadruple murder suspect, and they even offered to call an expert. And if you're new to the case, Kohberger is accused of stabbing 4 Idaho college students to death in an off-campus home in November of 2022. Investigators initially traced the killings back to Kohberger through DNA found on a knife sheath found at the crime scene. But part of the prosecution's case also stems from cell phone location data, allegedly placing Kohberger's phone near the home before and after the murders. However, the defense is now offering to call a cell phone tower and radio frequency expert to help corroborate their theory that Kohberger was located 10 miles away when the murders took place. His defense team has already argued that Kohberger liked to take long drives at night by himself, but they believe he was driving south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho, because he often liked to see the moon and stars at that location. Now, keep in mind, the court entered a not guilty plea for Kohberger, and the case won't go to trial until at least next year. So let's discuss how this alibi defense might hold up here. And we have a trial attorney, Ian Chaikin, and law and crime analyst, Brian.
Okay, this is what I'm not understanding. People are reading these documents, right? Like, What the hell's going on here?
I don't know. I mean, they yeah. Maybe they didn't read the resume part. I don't know.
I don't understand, because it's like, hello, they've already saying that it's going to be cell phone experts and all of these different things. What is so confusing for people to be like, well, how do you think the alibi is going to hold up? They're telling you they're going to use their own cell phone expert to discuss why the alibi is what it is. I mean, I don't understand why people are so confused. Even these people on these shows.
Yeah.
At least they have, hopefully these panel guests, like the other one, they came with facts. Hopefully they come with facts on this.
Are in the house with us to share their thoughts on this new development. Ian, I'm going to start with you here. Let's, according to the probable cause affidavit, Kohberger owned a 2015 Hyundai Elantra, matching the description of a vehicle seen near the crime scene on the night of the killings. Couple that with the DNA from the knife sheath allegedly tracing back to him. Does the cell phone location data still matter here?
Well, the cell phone location data always is going to matter. It is a defense that they're going to rely on. But the prosecution has had that. They've been well aware that there's going to be cellular data facts being presented in this case. It's late to the game, pre-trial obviously, but late to the game. I believe it's a Hail Mary, but they're going to give it a shot. And if they can actually convince the jury that he was not there by the location, then they got a good argument. But I'm sure the prosecution has already crossed all their T's and dotted all their I's when it comes to that specific fact.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people saw this one coming at all. And this one's for you, Brian. The affidavit also says that Kohberger's phone was either turned off or on airplane mode around the time of the killings, but it was suggested that he was heading near the off-campus home. I mean, how do you dispute that with an expert?
I think with an expert, you have to try to expand the possibility of it only being turned off or on airplane mode. I, for example, live in upstate New York, and if I'm making a call, and anyone outside of the metropolitan area knows you're making a call, your phone will lose reception for a period of time. And so I think if the defense can articulate that this is a rural area, and just because a phone isn't connecting to a tower, it doesn't mean nefarious actions are occurring. It could be very well that you are driving from one point to another where you're losing cell phone service, and that's what's happening. If they can introduce evidence or suggestions like that, then I think their case becomes a little bit easier, but still, it is a very, very uphill battle to try to prove that Kohberger is not guilty because of the so many different areas of arguments that prosecutors can make, whether it be the sheath, the DNA, the cell phone. It's a lot to push back on.
Well, one more thing, Brian. I mean, what will the defense need to show in order to make this a strong alibi? I mean, what will the expert present for their case?
What do you mean?
So the defense will start off by saying, don't need to show anything, that they don't have a burden. They're going to say, at best, we have to simply create reasonable doubt. And through an expert being able to differentiate between the prosecution's expert, this might be a case of the battle of experts. And we've seen this multiple times where one expert says, hey, this is what the cell phone data tells me. Cell phone is pinging off a tower, and we can articulate from the time that it moves from point A to point B that he must have been traveling, as you can see here on the map, in this specific direction. And then the other expert for the defense will come up and say, yes, but me interpreting this data, I can show you a different path. I would bet that the defense's expert is going to come up and show a very different map. And then the question is it reasonable? Obvious. Does it create doubt? And if it's enough, then that might be one aspect as to why a juror might say maybe not guilty.
Ian, the prosecution plans to provide more discovery evidence to the defense on Kohberger's location around the time of the murders. Where else could that location data be extracted from apart from a cell phone?
Well, the cell phone tower and the cell phone records are going to indicate where he was at. And that is valid discovery. That is facts that they're going to use in the case. But that's not what the story is about. They're going to have a very difficult time with the DNA evidence that they have specific to that murder scene. And they can battle that with the experts with regard to which tower pinged the cell phone or not. But the DNA data that was at the scene is going to be very, very hard to overcome.
Brian, what are your thoughts on that?
So I'm getting creative here, and I don't disagree with Ian. Like, this is a difficult case. So me giving devil's advocate to what Ian's saying is not for me to say that he's wrong. It's just saying this is how I would argue it. DNA simply proves the presence of someone's DNA or skin cells that are there, but it doesn't necessarily mean that Brian Kohberger had the knife sheath at that location at the time of the murders. And if they can come up with a non-laughable excuse as to why a knife sheath would be at a party house and someone believes it, as we say as defense attorneys, it takes just one.
Have they seen the pictures of the machetes? See that gray house to the right? See that gray house to the right on the machete? Like, what the hell? On the porch? Machete? Sitting up against a wall? Machete? Like, what? Oh, my Lord. This is why it is going to be so important for me to make sure that I am there for every single day of this trial. There's this right here. You have people out there that they don't even know our names, and they're coming to this shit and they're going, "Oh, this is the truth."
Yeah.
Man, I'm telling you right now, it may be a year away, but when we cover this trial together, this is going to be a game changer because this is not, I don't know who else would be able to have the opportunity to live out there and do it. We're doing it. Because I already plan on living in that van once everything's done and I get to that part of the process. The whole United States is going to be open to our searches and our bringing awareness to these different things. That I am going to the trial. I'm going to be there every single day. I will get access. I will understand the rules. I will stick by the rules, but I will also bring you the truth while sticking to the rules, whether it's a search or bringing awareness to any of these cases. I'm ready. I wish the trial, well, I'm glad it's not tomorrow because there's no way I could do it tomorrow, but when it is, yeah, it's going to be on. Because when we're sitting here listening to this and we're like, they're playing the documents, they have the documents highlighted, they're reading the documents word for word, and yet this is what we're getting with their journalism and the message. It's horrible. It's the truth. This is horrible.
Yeah,
But
they're
there are
belittling.
so many.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just said they're belittling the document. I mean,
I don't get it.
They all just seem to find it funny.
I don't get it. Doc, and I'm gonna have to visit this Hawaii. I'm gonna have to visit this Hawaii park when I do go out there, and who knows, maybe I'll kick it there for a few weeks or something, if it really is like it is. Because I'm gonna be going to different spots. I'm gonna have the mobile command center live in action. We're gonna be going during the day to the trial. We're gonna be having the mobile command center shows in the evenings. Probably some of them outside in the nature, because I love doing my nature shows. So we'll probably have a lot of those too. I do need to. Ooh, I should get like what do they call those things? The little fake roofs that you can fold up, canopies or something. I need to think about getting like a canopy thing or something, so that way when I do the shows, I can be out in nature, but I don't get the effects of what comes from above. All right, I'm going to skip to, this is Jay for Justice's video. I'm going to share this as well. The real reason why Kohberger visited Hawaii Park. So I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I'll definitely have to look it up. So I'm gonna play her video too. So here's her channel. If you're not subscribed, she just
of note.
Shout out to her. She just hit 100K. Look at that beautiful number. So let me share this real quick, and then we'll check out her video. And then we're going to talk about the weather here real quick, because there's some more stuff coming in the next couple days. And sometimes I'm not even aware of the local news because I don't watch it. I don't know what the weather. I rely on Ryan Hall, y'all, because he's always coming out with good updates when it comes to the weather. Here's this video first. This is the real reason why he visited, according to her.
He
gonna be back.
explored. Well, why are you?
I'm sorry.
No, I have to quickly check something, and then I will be back.
Yeah.
I'm taking my phone to listen.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry about the delay too. StreamYard is being buggy as hell. And thank you everybody for the conversation today as well. Thank you. Awnings. So I love my nature shows. I love my nature shows. Can't wait.
Of note, he explored. Well, why? Are you kidding me? Are we going to hear this throughout this whole trial?
Right?
Why Park
I
in
feel you,
July of
Justice.
2022. And this became a favorite location. Let's find out why that became Koberger's favorite location.
Oh, really? Uh-oh.
You may be asking yourself, what is she talking about?
Uh-oh.
Let's get into it.
Uh-oh. All right, I got to hit mute just so I don't get that hand slap there. Shout out to her if I know you're
This is
already.
supported
Go
by
sub to her.
data from Mr. Koberger's phone, showing him in the countryside, late at night, and
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, hold on. I am sorry. StreamYard is being so damn buggy. This shows up. One moment. Oh my lord. StreamYard. Oh my gosh, StreamYard. Tara B. 1999 super chat. Thank you, CJ. Thank you for lighting for the truth, fighting for the truth. Thank you for being nothing but neutral till the right time. This case is absolutely disgusting. Strength always comes in numbers, and when we stick together, change happens. Thank you so much, and thank you for the beautiful message. Thank you for the beautiful message and the support through the kind words. Also, thank you so much. That means a lot. Thank you, Tara, for being a part of the community. And prayers to you for everything that you're going through as well. I appreciate you very much.
in the early morning on several occasions.
Boom.
The phone data includes numerous photographs
Boom.
taken on several different late evenings and early mornings, including in November, depicting the night sky.
Boom.
Mr. Koberger was
The night
out
sky.
driving morning hours
He was out driving.
of November 13th, 2022,
2022.
as he often did to hike and run and or see the moon and stars.
See the moon.
He drove
and
throughout the
stars.
area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow,
West.
including Why Park.
Why.
And this is where it gets creepy,
Oh yeah, creepy.
and we introduce the next Koberger game, so to speak.
Koberger game.
So we've all looked at Why Park.
Why.
So let me explain to you why I think Brian Koberger chose this location to be part of his case. Much thanks to Sirius Black for sending me this information. I believe Koberger chose this location to be part of his case because of Joyce Margaret LePage.
LeDude? What?
Joyce LePage,
LeDude?
who was 21 at the time, was last seen on July 22nd, 1971, on the campus of Washington State University, where she was an undergrad. 9 months later, her skeletal remains were found wrapped in carpeting and military blankets, bound with rope, in a deep ravine south of Pullman, Washington.
Whoa.
Multiple suspects, including Bundy, have never been cleared, according to investigators.
What?
Joyce was an athletic and intelligent student. Her decision to attend Washington State was not a surprise to the LePage family. But Joyce would not graduate. In fact, Joyce would never grow beyond the age of 21 years old. In the summer of 1971, the WSU junior disappeared without a trace. 9 months after her disappearance, her remains were found
Wow.
April 16th, 1972, in a gully roughly 10 to 15 miles south of Pullman, west of Colton, just off Wawawai Road in remote Wawawai Canyon. Her mostly skeletal remains were wrapped inside a military blanket and green carpet. The green carpet had gone missing roughly 10 days before she was reported missing from the university's Stevens Hall,
What?
which was under construction at the time she disappeared.
Whoa.
Joyce was known to hang out on the first floor of the vacant dorm, where she would study, play piano, and relax from the stress.
They removed the motherfucking carpet from a university building that was under construction? Oh, wow.
Of taking extra classes during the summer term.
Oh, wow.
An extensive cold case file shows the Whitman County Sheriff's Office reported she was most likely killed when WSU police first investigated the missing carpet.
What the
Joyce was someone's daughter, sister, and friend. She was a person for the LePage family they mourned. There are still families who miss and love her. She was the second out of 5 children. Joyce was the second after her sister Phyllis. She had 3 younger brothers, Bruce, Stephen, and David.
It's hard to see even.
Joyce and her
faces.
brothers and sisters grew up on the family farm on LaPorte Drive. As a child, Joyce would often pester her brothers and leave them scattered notes when they were too noisy or bothersome. The family reported her missing after she didn't come home for a weekend visit
Thank you,
in Pasco.
Barbosa. Wow.
The Whitman County Sheriff's Office reported her remains were sent to the FBI for examination. The FBI discovered 7 possible knife markings on her ribs that they reported being the cause of death. However, after 9 months in a gully of Wawawai Canyon, animals and scavengers had consumed part of Joyce's decomposed remains.
Ooh.
A unique set of hurdles
Ooh.
have been placed for this case. She wasn't reported missing for 10 days, and DNA
Wow.
testing didn't really hit the scene for another 20 years.
Wow. Yeah.
Most of the materials and resources are well over 50 years old, and that timeline factors into between her going missing and her officially being declared a murder victim. A lot of information we need is missing. There have been numerous suspects and persons of interest throughout the years. However, any of those individuals would be well into their elderly age or have died. One person of interest, a convicted serial killer in particular, died in '89. Ted Bundy confessed to 30 murders and was confirmed in 20. He was a person of interest in the disappearance of Joyce LePage and Lori Partridge of Spokane. Bundy, however, never confessed to Joyce's murder, and he denied responsibility for Joyce's death before his execution in 1989 in Florida's Old Sparky electric chair. We have to broaden the case out, said one of the investigators, and take all the possibilities. Ted Bundy is one of them. In the last few years, there's been a reward for anyone who can provide information that leads to the arrest and conviction of the person responsible. The reward is $100,000, $40,000 for information that leads to an arrest, with an additional $60,000 if that leads to a conviction. And this investigator said that he will remain involved and keep the reward up to $100,000 for as long as he is alive.
Wow.
And anyone with information on Joyce LePage's disappearance and homicide should contact the Whitman County Sheriff's Office at 509-397-6266.
Damn. Definitely need to bring awareness to that. That is horrible. No justice. It's been 50 years. 50 years. My gosh. 50 frickin' years. Can you imagine if it's 50 years for Christy and Steve if they get to this point? You know what I mean? Wow. This is crazy. Shout out Jay for Justice. I'm going to share this video. I'm not going to play the whole thing because I don't know, for some reason I mean, I get it. It's a business, but he doesn't enjoy you playing his videos while you're just trying to bring awareness. I think it's a beautiful thing. I've been shouting his channel out the last, year and a half that I've had a show, because a couple months before I started my show, I ran into his channel because of having an instance where tornadoes came through and I had to be in the basement and I needed to be aware when I lost power. And my phone was the only way that I could be aware. And instead of watching the radar, I wanted to see if there's anybody live streaming real updates of what was going on. And I came across his channel. So there are some nasty weather events coming off. So hit that link. Definitely check it out after we're done here in a minute. Stay updated on the nasty weather. I need to myself. I need to watch it as well. I would watch it with you, but they don't like that. So I'm going to watch it after I'm done. Leave a like on this video. Leave a comment. Do me a favor. If you are not subscribed to True Crime Over Time with Rosie, please do. She'll be having some stuff coming up over on her channel as well. And I want to say thank you to everybody for hanging out. Thank you, Rosie, for hanging out. It was nice to talk some Idaho for again before we get into the Nashville, Riley Strain, and Sebastian Rogers searches coming up this next week. And so if I do have a little bit of time, we are going to talk some more about both those cases tonight, but I'm probably not going to be live tonight. I'll be getting prepped for both searches coming up, because it will be a busy week coming ahead starting tomorrow. Maybe tonight. So thank you so much, Rosie. Appreciate you. Stay warm with that comfy blanket you got. For real, it looks comfy. Thank you, everybody, for being peaceful, positive, and progressive in the community and in the chat. It means everything to us. When it comes to community doing things together, we make those tidal waves in the ocean of truth and justice. Sorry about all the bugginess today. I don't know what's going on, but hopefully tomorrow and the next ones to come won't be such an issue. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your support. And we will see you when we see you next time. I apologize. I don't know exactly when that's going to be. Thank you, everybody. And thank you, Rose.
Good night, everyone.